a.m. This meeting is being held in person at the district's administrative office and by teleconference. Members of the public can attend and participate in the meeting in person or via Zoom. Instructions for submitting public comments are available in the meeting agenda, and you will have 3 minutes to speak. May I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
Director McNiven, I'm sorry, may we take roll call first?
Yes.
Thank you. Director Gleason?
Here.
Director Riffle?
Yes.
President McNiven?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto?
Here.
Director Sear?
Yes.
Thank you. Director Zoe Christine Tucker and Karen Holman are not attending at the moment.
Fine.
I'll make the motion to adopt the agenda.
Thank you. Second. Roll call vote, please.
Director Gleason?
Yes.
Director Riffle?
Yes.
President McNiven?
Yes.
Director Kishimoto?
Yes.
Director Sear?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 5-0.
Okay, our first item on the agenda is to review the Capital Improvement and Action Plan for fiscal years 24-25 through 26-27. May we have the report, please?
Good morning, board. This is Ana Ruiz, General Manager, as our CFO, Director of Administrative Services, Stefan Jaskulak, comes up for the first part of the presentation. I just want to give a really quick overview. This is part of a two-part retreat series for the board, and as you all know, and this is for the public's sake, we go through a two-part process in developing our annual capital improvement and action plan and budget. The first part occurred back in December, which is a very high overview of our direction for the next fiscal year. And we look at our strategic plan goals and objectives. We look at an environmental scan, and the board considers some changes and tweaks to those goals and objectives based on emerging issues, new opportunities, new challenges, so that we can position the organization in the best way forward for the coming year. We then, as staff, use that board direction to develop the list of proposed priority projects and programs that you will be hearing about today. This is our best approach to meeting those goals and objectives that you have set for the upcoming year. And today we'll be going through those by program. And we're also going to be talking about some of the biggest priorities potentially that the board might have for the coming year. And those we refer to as the big rocks, which we'll dive in deeper in the next few slides. So with that, Stefan will also go through the process for the public as to when there will be opportunities for public comment, because it is a long day with a lot of parts to today's retreat, and there are numerous opportunities for public comment along the way. Stefan.
Good morning, Stefan Jaskulak, CFO. Welcome to the board retreat number 2 for project prioritization. First, I'll review the general manager's recommendations for this portion of the meeting. Part 1 is to review and affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 through fiscal year 2026-27 Capital Improvement and Action Plan, also affectionately known as a CIAP. Second part is, if amended, direct the general manager to reevaluate staff and resource capacity, and if needed, return to the full board with any additional recommendations for further discussion and direction. And then the third part, what the general manager just alluded to, is to review and affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 highest priority big rocks projects to further guide the organizational focus for the upcoming fiscal year. So our goal is to walk you through all of this today, and this is the agenda. We have the opening remarks, then we'll go through the budget process and a recap of our December retreat. Then we'll get into more detail as far as the FY25 budget and CIAP summary. So that's basically what I like to call our sanity check to make sure that what we're proposing fits within our means. Then Assistant General Managers Susanna Chan and Brian Malone will walk the board through all 4 programs within the CUP. Then we'll look at the big rocks. There's a lunch in there as well. And then a separate board item is the FOSM implementation, and then we'll wrap it up mid-afternoon. As far as public comments, there'll be opportunity for public comments after each segment, after each program, basically. And members of the public may provide written comments by submitting a public form at www.openspace.org/public-comment, or any comments received after the deadline will be provided to the board after the meeting. So just a quick recap on our process on how we put this budget together for you. In December, as you'll recall, we had board retreat number 1. That's the strategic planning, where we updated the strategic goals and objectives. Then in January, February, staff prepares a CUP and also looks at resource loading. And resource loading is basically the capacity, staff capacity, number of hours that we have available to work on all the projects to make sure it fits within our capacity. March, that's today, board retreat number 2. That's the project prioritization. So we'll go through all the projects. And then after today, the staff will prepare the final budget and action plan, review it with the general manager, make some adjustments. Then in May, June, we will have the ABC, that's the action plan and budget committee review. That's split over 2 meetings. It's quite a detailed look at the budget and projects. And then in June, we'll come to the full board, 2 meetings for approval. And that completes our planning cycle for the budget. After that, we go into management cycle. Just a quick recap on the strategic planning retreat in December. That was on December 5th. So we considered the results of the environmental scan, discussed them. Based on that, reviewed, updated, and adopted the FY25 strategic plan, the goals and objectives, and some of the updates related to climate resilience, to biodiversity, and environmental advocacy. Also included updates to tribal engagement through DEI work. And thirdly, included FOSM priorities and other workforce concerns. And the board also received an update on Measure AA progress to date. So what informs the CUP development? There's quite a bit that goes into it. We look at the strategic plan, so the goals and objectives from December. We look at the vision plan, the 52 portfolios. Of course, Measure AA goes into it, which is the top 25 vision plan portfolios. And we have prioritization criteria that we do about every 4 or 5 years on a list. And then we also have the optional list to look at the projects to move up for the future. We look at the resource loading that I mentioned as far as staff capacity. And then we look at big rocks, which basically groups them and provides a concerted effort in certain areas. So we have a preliminary FY25 budget, and that really is a very high level check. It's a roll forward of our standard expenses, as well as a rough estimate of what the scope for that fiscal year will be. So for all the funds, it balances. All the funds balance. You see the revenue anticipated is about, for Fund 10, operating fund is about a little bit north of 78 million. We also have other funding sources, that's transfers to debt service, to general fund capital, for example. So our total estimated revenues, once you include bond proceeds, about 6 million for Measure AA, and about 6.6 million for debt service, that is the independent levy for the Measure AA bonds, as well as some grant revenue. We're looking at almost $92 million in revenues. We have some other funding sources. That's a draw of 3.3 million. So our net revenues that we have to work with in this case is about 88 million. Expenditures spread over operating and then general fund capital and debt service are about 79.5 million. And we have bond reimbursables of 7.1. That leaves us with a positive total of about 1.3 million, and that is in the debt service area, which is additional funds remaining from the levy that then roll forward to the following year. On grant revenue, we're projecting 7.1, and that is on awarded grants only. So that's what we know we have, and that's what's been signed, sealed, and delivered, if you will. There's quite a bit in wildland fire resiliency and capacity. You see the first couple of them, the 600,000 to 427,000. We have the IPM implementation from Valley Water that's scheduled at 275,000. That is part of the second 5-year grant of $1 million. So in total, that'd be $2 million since it's the second tranche that's spread out over 10 years. Santa Cruz kangaroo rat habitat population management, looking at 183,000. And then for the wildlife corridor, Highway 17, $1 million plus also $1.2 million, 2.8 million, I mean. And then for the phase 2 BCR, we're looking to pull down 1,059,000. And then we have 750,000 for the Alma Bridge Road wildlife passage, totaling projection of 7.1 million in reimbursables for grants. So we can slice this a couple of different ways as far as our expenditure goes. This gives you a view of expenditures by fund, how they stack up against each other. But 52 million is in operating, 7.1 in Measure AA capital, 13 in general fund, and 14.2 in debt service. And I do need to make sure to note that, as you recall, on the acquisition side, the cost of the actual acquisition is not included in the budget. So if we buy land, the money to buy the land is not included in the acquisition or in the budget, but the intermediate expenses for surveys and such, they are covered in the budget. So if we have something like an acquisition of 3 million, we will have a budget adjustment increasing the budget by 3 million. And that is because, as you know, land acquisitions are sometimes hard to predict which year they'll occur. And 9 times out of 10, it's Measure AA, so that just means additional resources out of the bond proceeds. So it's very easy to adjust it that way, and it'll be a more accurate picture. So if we look back at the CEP expenditures themselves, they're split over 3 funds. Fund 10 is about 5 million. Fund 30, Measure AA capital, excluding acquisitions, is 7 million, and then general fund is 13 million. That might look a little high, but keep in mind we're still working through all the storm damage repairs, and that's a lot of that is included in there in the general fund capital. If we split it over the 4 program areas, the first 3 tie back to our mission statement. So that's land acquisition, natural resource protection at almost 10 million, public access at 7.4. So those 3 tie back to our mission. And then we have assets and organizational support, which is just that for our organization itself, is 7.3 million. And you can also see the number of projects that are included in there. And we always try to balance it over the different legs of our CEP program. Another way to look at this as well is areas of interest. And there's 3 areas of interest. We have agriculture, we have diversity, and fire resilience. Agriculture is 14 projects with 1.1 million. Diversity is 18 projects. A lot of that is public access at 3.5 million, and then fire prevention with 12 projects at 3.5 million as well. Then big rocks at a glance. This is very good visual. If you put the small stuff in first and then put the big rocks in, it's just not going to fit. But you start with the bigger rocks and then you start backfilling with smaller items. You can actually fill it all in the jar. And the 5 big rocks we're looking at, climate resiliency and biodiversity, a lot of projects in Prisma Creek Redwoods. Of course, focus on public access and trails. We do have work to do on asset management. And then the 5th one is the FOSM refresh implementation, of which I'll give you more detail later in the afternoon as well. So let me pause, catch my breath, and ask if there's questions at this point.
Good. Director Riffle.
Thank you, Stefan. Just a few questions, and I know we'll get into this with ABC and a deeper dive into our budget, but so we're going to be hiring a fair number of staff in FY25, and
Yes.
the numbers that you showed, does that count? How does that accommodate for staff? Is that for the full year until we hire, or when we hire, or how are we handling that?
That's a good question. So for the positions approved last January, the 14 additional part of the FOSM, those are included 100%. Some of them are already on board. Some of them are in recruitment, so that's making good progress on that. For the positions projected for FY25, we're slotting them at 50%. And with that rationale, some of them will come in early in the year, some through mid-year, and some will be recruited towards the end of the year. So on average, we figure it's about 50%. And that's what we've included in the budget and in the numbers that I've shown you.
Okay, great, thanks. The slide that you showed with the grants, gosh, I remember the days when grants, what's a grant? And now we've been incredibly successful. So 2 questions. One is, it's no secret our state is having some budget problems. Those are grants awarded, so the state can't be cutting or clawing back any of that. That's our money already. Is that how that's accounted?
Those are grants with signed grant agreements.
Okay.
And with allocated funding.
Okay.
With committed funding.
Right.
I don't know to what extent the state could renege on those. I doubt it. I don't think that'd be a good look for them.
Okay.
But yeah, those
Okay.
are just, we only include signed grant agreements.
Okay. It's maybe not money in the bank, but pretty darn close to it.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. And then speaking of which, how are things going on hiring our grants manager? Because those are grants that we have coming in, but gosh, I'm hoping we get some more of these. I'm just curious how that's going.
Yeah, that's we've been working hard. We're engaging with a search agency, headhunter. We've used them in the past with great success. The advertisement is scheduled to post on Friday, and we hope to have somebody in the seat by June. June could be early, could be late, but
Right.
hoping June.
Right.
So
Okay.
we're
Those are
poised and ready.
big shoes to fill.
Yeah.
My last question, and maybe we can defer this, but I was looking, I really like how we've also broken it out by ag, wildfire, and let's see, what DEI or diversity, I believe,
Yes.
in those 3 buckets.
Right.
But I noticed that ag was really low, and I'm trying to remember back in previous years, and maybe we can, when we get to that at some point, but I'm just curious, is that because we've caught up because we had a lot of ag work to do, or just kind of why that number seems to be somewhat lower than in previous years?
That's a good question. I'll have to defer to the AGMs for that answer. I mean, on the other hand, keeping in mind, we had a whopper of a year last year with Cloverdale, right? But I'm not sure exactly how the programs themselves stack up, but
we can either answer it now or when we get further on. It's just something that jumped
Yeah.
out at me. So whatever's convenient for you.
Deferred? Okay.
Thank you.
Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. So I know we're going to be talking this over today, but just to bring it up fairly early, so when I look at the strategic plan goals and then the projects and such. You know, one thing is there's a lot of emphasis on regional leadership, and you know, we're going to be getting many new representatives from state and federal, and so there's a lot of need for kind of an education and leadership, and I don't see that much in their area. And also another area that I was interested in was that science and biodiversity symposium, and I don't think did I miss that as a project, or is that?
It is not on there for next fiscal year.
It's not in there for the next 3 years?
The year after that? FY 26.
FY 26.
Oh,
Yeah.
what project is that? What is that? Science, that's part
Science
of the
panel?
science panel? So it's deferred until 26. Mhm.
Um, Could be a switch.
Mm.
Got it. Yep. Kirk Lennington, Natural Resources Manager. So the science panel work is what I was referring to, and that is deferred until next year. We're gonna
Okay.
take that one up again.
It's an
I
item.
see. Oh, I was talking about the symposium. Yeah, like a biodiversity summit.
Yeah, the symposium is not something that we were able to do this year.
Or
And
the next 3 years.
yeah, we don't have that scheduled right now. Instead, we wanted to focus on the science panel work.
See, well, I mean, I really think it's a great idea it's part of kind of developing kind of a regional voice and prominence. So, you know, I don't know when we'll talk about it at the specific project time.
Sure.
And then, I don't know if there's any overall comments about the regional kind of leadership aspect.
Oh, that's current.
I mean, as far as
Yeah.
elections and
How
and-
much,
and people switching.
how much attention and we're going to be spending on that.
Can I make a suggestion? I think these are two interesting topics, and I think in the past we've used kind of the
Yeah.
parking lot idea
Mhm.
to capture these.
Sure.
Because I would like to at some point be able to address these, and if not now, I mean, it's kind of like the ag question at some point today, and if not, let's remind ourselves at the end to look back and have that discussion.
Yeah.
Because I think those are two interesting topics I'd like to
So,
hear.
yeah, I mean, yeah, we are supposed to be doing this based on the strategic plan that we adopted, and I mean,
So-
I think it's a big part of it.
So
But
one was
okay.
the I think biodiversity symposium.
Yeah, biodiversity and science symposium.
Right.
The other is kind of more, let's see, what is it? What's the?
Well,
wording on that?
your point about the legislative,
Yeah, there's several aspects to that. One is take a leadership role in advocating for environmental protection goals by building and strengthening relationships with legislators and other elected officials. And there's going to be a lot of new elected officials.
right.
Um,
So that would be goal 1, objective 3.
right.
Mhm.
And then there's
Goal 1, objective
Right, but-
3 is it's just how are we addressing that? Is that right, Eureka?
Right. And I would also point to goal 2, objective 1,
Mhm.
take a regional leadership role in promoting the benefits of open space. And related to it is goal 3, objective 1, engage the public in realizing the benefits and responsibilities of a regional environmental protection vision.
Yeah, but some of those aren't necessarily a project, they're embedded in our operational
Yeah.
side of it rather than separate, because they're not capital, for example. I mean, they're,
Well, they might not be capital, but yes, I guess it's, and that is kind of one thing about talking about only,
Mhm.
hardware.
Yeah.
Right.
But,
Right.
but yes.
If not capital, at least supporting. And if not supporting, then why not? So I think that's the purpose of today is.
Yeah,
is-
we can talk about,
Yeah.
we can talk about it. I mean, yeah.
Maybe possibly as a,
Sure. And just, Anna, maybe loop back on the level of ag spending in FY 25.
Director Gleason.
And my first question is, where can I get a copy of that Windy Hill picture? Because it was amazing. I'll take that offline. Could you flip back to the slide that has the grants? Just looking at the wildlife passage, there was a bigger number that we publicized, I think. Is that right? So is that number spread out over multiple years? That's
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
what's
yeah,
going on here.
absolutely.
Okay, great.
So this is just for FY25.
Okay, all right.
Right.
And then can you go to maybe it's the next slide? There was a comment down in the corner of the slide that I didn't think I understood. Let's see. There's one that has a little comment here. Where it says due diligence expenses only purchase costs are added as a budget adjustment at the time of purchase approval. Can you just give me a little more detail on exactly what this means?
So that's for the land acquisition expenses.
I
So
see.
as we're ramping up to purchase something, any kind of expenses, whether it's legal or surveys or other kind of consulting fees, those are included in the budget, but the actual transaction cost itself is handled via a budget amendment.
Okay, thanks. I had missed
Mhm.
that it was tied to the land acquisition.
Sure.
Thanks.
Any more questions? Thank you.
Then we will start looking at the 4 programs, and I'll make space for.
Moira, just a quick question. So Zoe and Karen are not online. They're not attending, is that?
I've asked Karen to raise her hand when she comes, but she's not.
Oh, they are
here.
attending?
Director Christine Tucker is not attending. Director Holman said that she may attend later, but she's feeling ill, so she
Oh,
may
okay,
be attending
okay.
later.
'Cause I'm not sure we can see them.
I have it
not
on my screen.
here.
I
Are
can
they-
see when
They're
she's
not
on.
even on our screens.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
All right.
Well, good morning, directors. I'm Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager, and I will start with covering the land acquisition and preservation programs. This program for FY25 will include 11 projects, 1 new project, and 10 continuing projects. And the budget request for the programs is about $637,000. And it may seem small, but I want to circle back as what we just talked about, that the land acquisition cost is not included in our budget requests because typically the land acquisition is still speculative at the time of budget adoptions. Instead, the board will approve budget adjustment when you approve land acquisitions. So here, the budget we request here is for due diligence costs, such as survey, some technical studies that we need before we decide to purchase the properties. I will highlight a few projects and starts with the Coverdale Ranch acquisitions. As you may recall, last June, we closed escrow for phase 1 and phase 2 of Coverdale Ranch acquisitions, purchasing 5,100 acres of land from Peninsula Open Space Trust and transfer those land to public ownership. And those land became our newest preserve number 27. As part of that acquisition and at the time of the closed escrow, we also enter into an optional agreement for future potential purchase of additional 1,200 acres of land in the western portions of the property. And those lands are associated with the Lake Lucerne Mutual Water Company. And the arrangement allow us time to work with Post and also the shareholder to better understand the capital improvement responsibility and also the ongoing maintenance responsibility. And we have 2 years and 1 year extension to exercise their options. So we have been and will continue into FY25 to work with Post and the shareholders to better understand the items that we just mentioned. And when the time is right, when we're ready, we will bring the recommendation forward for the board to consider for next step. So within those option periods. So that is what we're going to be working on under this project. As for Coal Creek Preserve, we'll be looking to transfer the upper Alpine Road public right-of-way rights from the county to the district. You're familiar with the Alpine Road trail improvement projects, and we're wrapping up our last piece of the constructions. And the district has agreement with the county that we will be transferring the county's right-of-way rights over that segment of the road to the district. And the expectation is that we will do that when we complete the road projects. So we're wrapping up the projects. And so in FY25, we'll be working with the county to complete this transfer. The work includes we'll be doing some survey. We'll be working with the county to create those legal documents for the right-of-way rights transfers, and ultimately we'll bring it to the board for your approval. So we hope that will happen in FY25. And then another project I want to highlight is
Suzanne,
yes.
sorry, just a question. Do you want us to hold our questions to the very end, or should we ask slide by slide?
Maybe hold it because this is a pretty short program, and I only have one more slide.
Okay.
Okay, so for Sierra Azul Preserve, we have been and will continue to monitor several properties in these regions that will support the Monument to the Sea Trail visions, and also will help cause some inholding or eliminating some inholding in this region. So we'll continue to work on that in FY25. And then the last project I want to highlight is El Mirador properties. The map here showing the properties, and the property is in the town of Patola Valley, right next to the Windy Hill Open Space Preserve. As you can tell, it extends from Highway 35 down to Patola Road. The entire property is about 360 acres. And there's second growth redwoods on the property, and there's no harvesting since the 1860s. That's why we're interested in this property. And Post currently owns 50% of the properties. And under this project, we will be pursuing and working with Post and other property owners to pursue a lot line adjustment, allowing the district to purchase around 200 acres of this property. So another partnership project that we'll be working with Post in FY25. So this is a complete list of the programs. And I'm just gonna quickly go there. Last year, the board asked to have kind of the visual of showing where the projects that we'll be working on for that fiscal years. And so this is in response to your ask. This map shows all the projects on the list that I just showed you, a couple projects that is district-wide, and it's also noted here. And before I turn this back to the chair for questions, I just want to take this opportunity to recognize our longstanding partner, Post. Last year, we worked with them. We were able to complete one of our largest land acquisitions to transfer over 5,100 acres of land to public ownership, opening a brand new preserve to the public. And this year, looking forward, the two of our key projects are partnership projects with Post. And we also continue to look for a partnership opportunity in the upcoming years, such as ag easement on the coast side. So we continue to work with posts, and our land preservation program wouldn't be the same without this longstanding unwavering support from posts. So I just want to take this opportunity to recognize that. So with that, I'm turning it back to the chair, and I'm ready to answer questions.
Appreciate that. Thank you, Susanna. Do you have any questions? Yes, Director.
Right, I can go first. Let me see. Well, thank you for bringing these to us. I'm very excited about that. Merado, Merado. Yeah, that would provides a really key connection there.
Mhm.
Let me see. I had a question. Well, a couple questions. I guess one was just I don't know if we should be that there's an item that you didn't mention with the Teague-Hill Cal Water Exchange. I know it's been on the list for a long time, but Mike Williams had talked for a long time about talking to Caltrans about adding the parking on there provide the access to Teague-Hill. I don't know that he kind of nodded yes that he talked to them, but I don't know whether that should be added officially to.
As part of the project or a separate project? So, well, the
it's the
project
only one that
itself, it's really working with Cal Water.
Water.
Yeah, it's really specific about an easement exchange for
Okay,
allowing
okay.
them to have 10 easements
Yeah.
within
Okay.
ECDM, and then in exchange for some trail easement nearby.
Right.
So
right.
that is a very
That's
specific
different
scope.
from
Yeah.
Caltrans. Okay, but
Right.
maybe maybe it's a question then. Do you know any update on discussions with?
I personally do not have it. I don't know, Alan, do you have anything?
Alan Ishibashi, rural property manager. I'm not familiar with the Caltrans. Are you talking about the Skeggs parking lot?
Mountain Road. There's a big roadside area that
There was thought along Kings Mountain Road. If I
on Kings
could,
Mountain Road.
potentially, and it was just potentially some kind of a
I know.
agreement where we could get some parking because Teague Hill is kind of landlocked.
Fair. Okay, I am
Right.
familiar with that. And I thought that was the county of San Mateo.
That is county.
Where,
Is it county? Oh, it's not.
yes.
Caltrans.
and I understand, I haven't been up there for a little while, but I understand they did do some work out there, and I think there is some additional parking there. That in
Does it
that
connect
pull
to-
out.
Does it connect to our trails?
Our trails, the county trails, go there. Our trails do not
Yeah.
go there. The Skyline
I don't
Ridge,
know.
yeah. The Skyline Trail goes through that area. It's close.
Yeah.
I don't know if it physically connects. You may have to walk on a short portion of the actual county road to get to it, but maybe Brian knows something
Yeah,
more.
this is Brian Malone, Assistant General Manager. So the only access to Teague Hill, and it's really the only designated trail through Teague Hill is the Skyline Trail. It's managed by San Mateo County Parks. There is some minimal roadside parking right there. Teague Hill is a very interesting preserve. We actually made it a leadership project. That leadership group is going to look at how we can manage it in the interim, but it would really take a long-term planning process to look at parking. That is a possibility. There's two possibilities for providing more access. One would be to create parking and a trail connection, and you'd have to redo the entire trail system. It's not a sustainable trail system as is. And or a connection, which is in the master plan for Huddard Park, connection from the county park and a crossing of Kings Mountain Road. So those are long-term possibilities, but they're definitely not on our action plan. That's why we're looking at with our leadership team of how do we manage the preserve in an interim measure, because there has been a lot of illegal bike use there.
I see. Okay, well, I understand it's not in the next 3 years, but yeah, we've been hearing about it a long time, so just wanted to encourage it to go for it, I guess. Okay, and then.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I would mention is it's not in our vision plan and our Measure A goals. So when we're looking at creating the action plan, that's one of the reasons that it doesn't reach that priority.
Okay, yeah, got it. But so yeah, it's just one of those that has no public access. So I always keep an eye on that. And And then just a question about the, let's see, the Save the Redwoods, no, I mean, the Redwood Forest land opportunity, and there's $50 million there, but is there any, we're halfway through Measure AA. I was just wondering what the thinking was if I know one big opportunity went away, but.
Right. Well, we will continue, obviously, to look for opportunities. And the El Mirador project is definitely have redwoods on it, and it will require some funding from this
It might
portfolio
use some
to
of
help.
that
Yeah,
funding.
yeah.
Sorry, I'm not sure about it, but okay, thank you.
No, you have one, Director Riffle.
Of course I do.
Thank you for your
Um,
patience and for
yeah.
your questions.
No San Jose Water Company lands. Are we done with that? I don't know if this is an Allen question or not, but is that window closed?
Go ahead. We are working on an easement,
fund
but
10 million?
you can go ahead. Yeah.
Regarding fee acquisition of San Jose Waterlands, that door or window or whatever seems to be closed at this point in time. So we picked up another, I don't know, 100 acres or so right near Mount Umunhum about a little over a year ago, right? So that was the last purchase. There are no other fee purchases on the horizon with San Jose Water. However, we are working with them on the Highway 17 crossing regarding a potential trail easement across their property to make that connection into El Sereno.
Got it. Okay, thanks, Alan. My other question, Susanna, maybe if you could just clarify. So with Cloverdale, and is it phase 3 or
Phase 3,
segment 3, with the Lake Lucerne water and so on?
Mhm.
It's 2 years plus 1, right?
Yes.
And so we're what, a year
We are in
plus
the
through that?
second year. Oh, I'm sorry.
So no, I'm just catch me up on the timing. When do we have to get this resolved?
So the clock started when we closed escrow last June. Yeah. So we are.
Oh, not
yeah.
December, June. Okay.
Yeah, it's June. So we are like kind of in the first year,
Oh, okay.
and then we have another year, and then plus the 1-year extensions to work on the terms. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
But we're making good progress. And we just had meetings with the shareholders and posts this week. So we are making progress. Yeah.
Great. Okay. And then finally, my question is about on Alpine Road. So, and you talked when you say the upper portion, do you mean the upper as an elevation upper?
Alpine.
Your slide said something about upper portion of. I thought it said upper portion of
Oh.
Alpine.
Just the portions that connects the town and to Skyline.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that kind of, so will when that's concluded, will we have all of Alpine Road from Page Mill to Los Trancos then in our control? And don't need the county to tell us what to do or not to do?
So yes, so we already, what I would incorporate, we are already underlying fee owner of half of the road, but the county has the right-of-way easement over the road, and they will transfer that rights to us as part of this, exercise.
Right.
So just to help answer your question, we are looking, this next phase of work is to work with County San Mateo, who owns that right away, to transfer it over to the district. We haven't entered yet into real discussions, so I can't guarantee where it will go at this point. I don't have a sense. What I do know is that road continues to have issues. We just had a recent slide. And so it's a very geologically active area, and I can only imagine that there will be continued slides and failures along that route. So that's something that, I want staff to also take into consideration as we're negotiating the terms, because there are going to be continued issues, continued investments, and also this drainage flows downstream, and there's a lot of private properties down that stream. So something just to be very careful about.
Right. Okay. The reason I'm asking is that was just a Measure AA, is to complete that. And I think this is something Director Kishimoto has said is sometimes these things are going to take years and years and years of ongoing to continue to check that box. So that's why I was hoping that we would get to a point where we had control of our destiny of what our commitment was to our voters, but it sounds like we can't say that quite yet.
Well, at least regarding the
once.
rights, not just yet, but we have completed at least these first phases of repairs. Those
Sure.
are done.
Yeah.
And we are going to go back in and restore the old bypass trail. But again, like I mentioned, we just had another failure. And so I'm expecting more in terms of it's a highly active area geologically.
Well, it's not only highly active geotechnically, but it's highly active in terms of community wanting
That
to
too,
use
yeah.
that.
So right now there is through access.
Yeah,
So we have
yeah.
reopened, that's in.
Yeah.
But the next, like I said, the next phase is to enter into these negotiations with San Mateo County.
Okay, all right. Good.
I would just add that, there is infrastructure, drainage infrastructure that's county owned and maintained. And so I think there's maybe some discussions that we need to have about the future of that infrastructure, if that helps add to the discussion at all. That's an issue that I've been thinking a lot about. So.
Okay, all right, great. Thank you.
Can I just ask a clarification on that? So what kind of infrastructure are you talking about?
Storm drains and
I see.
culverts on the paved portion that
I
homeowners use to access
okay.
their
I see.
homes.
Very good.
That's a question.
Yeah,
Director Gleason.
just wanted to follow up on Director Riffle's question. You asked about from Page Mill to Los Troncos Road, right? So is this talking about the paved part as well as the dirt part? Or we're just
No,
talking
this
about
is
the
this is
dirt
the
part?
unpaved, yes.
Yeah, the unpaved part.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry, not Los Troncos, to Alpine Road, to the paved portion of Alpine.
Paved out.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay.
yes.
Okay, I got it. And then I also wanted to follow up on the San Jose water question. You mentioned that they don't seem open to further purchases, but we're working with them on the Highway 17 project, trail easement. Do you know are they maybe in general open to more discussions like that? Because there are a lot of places where we have adjoining lands and.
Yeah, Alan Shibashi, Real Property Manager. If you're regarding new trail easements on San Jose water properties, yes. I would say I don't know if they're open to new trails. They've been relatively open to the Highway 17 crossing trail connection. So in my experience, as we do things like this and they see that there aren't large problems associated with bringing the public across their properties, they're more open potentially for new trails or new ideas that we may have. So I would say that door would still be open for future consideration of other trail easements across their properties.
Okay, thanks.
That conclude our questions. Back to
Great.
you.
Well, thank you. And so I will turn this over to Brian for the next program.
All right, natural resource protection and restoration projects, which also includes a lot of our ag work. So I want to address the proportion of ag projects to wildland fire and diversity projects first, because it caught me off guard because there really hasn't been any change in my perception of our agricultural projects. So I went back and checked 2 quick years prior. We're really still at the same level of ag investment between $1 million and $2 million a year. And that's consistent with the types of projects that we're running through the ag program, pond repairs, fencing, that sort of thing, which are all in the $100,000, $200,000 range, so really no change. And the proportion in past years has been lopsided. Remember, our diversity projects include all our public access projects, so a lot of our high dollar projects. And then our wildland fire program, the district is investing a lot more into fuels management, forestry restoration, that type of work. So that difference has grown a little bit over the 3 years, but not due to a change in ag, to an increase in fire primarily. So that's what we're looking at there. And I will say that, there's a robust number of projects, and then we are very much looking forward with our new conservation grazing manager. That's one of his goals after we get all the leases done, is to really look at the infrastructure to have these be sustainable working ranches and ag lands. So this is first just an overview of the number of projects and the amount of money for new and continuing projects. Just to kind of give you a brief glance, you can see the budget for each project on the project list, but the heavy hitters here are the Wildlife Conservation Board for $670K, and the Los Gatos Watershed Phase 2 for $330K for new Fund 10. And then continuing fund is again a fire capacity. We're going to be doing some work on Alpine Road. I'll cover that project later. That's $650K, and fuel reduction work generally for almost $1 million. The Valley Water Grant, and then the Kangaroo Rat work at $615,000. And then going into Fund 30. Prisma Uplands Cleanup, that's the old oil infrastructure, that's $527,000. And then the real big hitters, Highway 17, and this is just the wildlife portion, which is $1.35 million. And then Alma Bridge Wildlife Crossing at $1 million. And that's just for this upcoming fiscal year. So those are the ones that have the biggest impacts on those projects. Now to get into some of the projects. One thing before I get into the projects, the other thing I did want to mention, which Stefan mentioned initially in answer to the ag question, just like land acquisition, ag land preservation is a big part of our ag program, and those dollars don't hit until you actually approve the budget amount. So that's the other difference with ag. So then jumping into our program area, I want to highlight Cloverdale Preserve, our San Francisco garter snake partnership project. Really exciting project. The Cloverdale population is a really a large sustaining population. There's some more studies to be done to confirm that it belongs as one of the sustaining breeding populations that can help remove the San Francisco garter snake from the endangered species list, but is already seen as a population that can help supply repopulation in other areas or help sustain population in other areas. So Natural Resources staff have already begun discussions, and this would potentially involve the San Francisco Zoo taking adult females, pregnant female, and then having them give birth in the zoo, having the young, and then repopulating areas either with declining populations. And then, of course, the fantastic potential that we have in La Honda Open Space Preserve with all the pond habitat in the Conservation Management Unit above the Harrington Creek Trail, potentially repopulating and starting a new population there as well. So this is an area where the Open Space District is really, has potential to be involved in the restoration of healthy population of an endangered animal. So, and you've seen some of those really big national success stories. This has a potential to be one of those as well, and we can really contribute to it. The next one I wanted to highlight is La Honda Creek Preserve. Kind of a run-of-the-mill ag project in some respects. But this one, what we'll be doing here is we have water rights to take water out of the creek, right? But this is La Honda Creek, which is important downstream fisheries. So this would have a component by having a well, it doesn't reduce the in-stream water flows as much as if you're just taking it out of the creek. So it would give a good water supply to the rancher, Alan Renz, that works the cattle at Lower La Honda Creek. And then it would also improve water flow in the creek for fish. The other aspect that's a little bit hidden in this is because there's limited water resources, and it's my favorite title, the water master, right? We have a water master that oversees water, and literally we can get a letter on Friday telling us to turn off the water for this grazing unit from that diversion because there is not enough water in the creek for downstream uses. And we had that happen a couple of years ago where we were in drought conditions. And you can imagine, so not only is it good to keep water in the creek for the fish, but the impact on a rancher when they have a herd of cattle and all of a sudden their options are moving the cattle somewhere else, slaughtering the cattle that they've worked to breed for numerous years, or hauling in water at a very large expense. So this project will one of those great projects that both has an environmental benefit and a sustainable agricultural benefit as well. And then Stevens Creek Shoreline Nature Study Area, we're really going to be moving into the investigation stage. It's interesting because this fiscal year, we've actually not been able to expand funds just because that pond, it's, some of the year it's a pond and then some of the year it's dry. Well, investigations and work looking at, what we could do in the future can't happen when it's a pond. This last year, it's been a pond. Maybe with the way the winter's going so far, some of this money will get deferred again if it stays a pond as well. But that's, really looking at, right now, the board has told us to focus on the restoration work to make it good habitat for our snowy plover. I had piping plover in my head because I had a back east trip and I got to see them, snowy plover. So we're doing work then, but we also are looking at alternatives and also coordinating I talked at the last meeting a little bit briefly that we're coordinating on the shoreline levee at Ravenswood. Also in this area, big impact with the shoreline levee going through and, impact to what alternatives the board might be able to choose for our parcel in the future. So those are two great projects that we're working on. And then to move on to Sierra Azul Preserve. This is our Santa Cruz kangaroo rat. We've reported in prior years about the exciting news that through camera trapping that we had found this new population of the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat, and the genetic studies are still ongoing to determine species, subspecies type of thing. And this is another one that this kangaroo rat doesn't have formal protection right now, but could potentially lead to being listed. So this is important information. The bulk of the work here is going to be on first developing the habitat management plan and then implementing it. It's a very fire-prone area. So it also intersects with the firework we're doing there. So a lot of vegetation management that will probably need to do more handwork or burning than typical mastication work. So that'll make it a little bit more expensive. But as we're doing that work, we'll also improve the habitat for the Santa Cruz kangaroo rat. I'll mention also, we had PG&E last year blade a road right through our newly discovered prime Santa Cruz kangaroo rat habitat. And we are working with them. We got an offer back to repair the damage that wasn't a full offer, but we're negotiating on that. So that's the other thing about identifying sensitive species, is that then you can be aware when there are impacts to their environment, their habitat, so that you can address them. So Tenias Creek Preserve, Gordon Ridge cross fencing. This is typical in a lot of our grazing properties where our first priority is that exterior fence to keep the cattle contained so that we're not getting calls from the neighbors about our wandering cows. But then a next priority is the water infrastructure and cross fencing. And this will include distributing water between the pastures as well, to distribute the cattle evenly. That way we can meet our resource management goals. And then it can also be more productive. Again, one of these things where we're meeting our natural resource goals and also helping sustainable grazing agriculture on the coast. I also, in particular, we had done a tour with Director McNiven and talked about that. So I wanted to highlight that as one of the projects as well. So now we're coming into some of the wildland fire projects and this Big Dipper fencing project. So I already covered one fencing project. The reason I chose this one because it's a little bit unique, because Big Dipper was our first grazing property back in 2007. And we did a big project to do exterior fencing along the entire Alpine Road and then some of the interior facing, but exterior to the pasture fencing. A few years back, we also did some fencing when cattle were getting down into the Portola Heights neighborhood. So why are we doing fencing again? Well, we have this wildland fire project that's going to do a lot of brush removal on Alpine Road. When we're doing fencing projects, we always take advantage of natural barriers. Well, that brush was a natural barrier that we took advantage of back in 2007. But now that we're doing more of this roadside clearing, which is the best for the habitat when you're just doing mostly fuel modification rather than habitat restoration. It's good to do those on road corridors, so you're not having as much impact on the preserves. But that will take away some of those natural barriers, and so we're going to have to add additional fencing. And then the next one in Skyline Ridge Preserve is Alpine Pond. So if you remember, you've had presentations and FYI on the Pescadero Watershed program, and you're actually there'll be an upcoming report on this to hire a consultant for Alpine Pond. So this is a little heads up on that. But what we looked at is that there's a total maximum daily load for sediment. That's a regulatory requirement for the Pescadero Watershed. And so we looked at a survey of all our lands that feed into that watershed. We're doing really well. We had already done a lot of high priority work to reduce sedimentation. But the one big thing is Alpine Pond. When they built Alpine Pond, they took the blocked the natural stream channel and then put the spillway off to the side. So if you go take a hike below Alpine Pine, you'll see this big chasm where you can see it's actively eroding rather than a natural stream bank. So we'll be working to hire the consultant this fiscal year and then proceeding with alternatives and plans in the upcoming fiscal year that we're looking at. I talked a little bit about the wildlife fire capacity and the work that we're doing on Alpine Road. I do want to point out a little bit, and of course, we only have pictures of past work, but the work we've been doing, if you haven't been up to the Skyline Alpine Page Mill corridor, it's amazing the work that we've completed so far under our wildland fire resiliency program. So here's a picture of Montebello Preserve and the work we've done around to make our staging areas good emergency staging areas if we have to use them for that, and the roadsides for evacuation routes. We've done a ton of work in Skyline Ridge around Alpine Pond and then Coal Creek. You'll hear the work at Coal Creek referred to as Pinky's Corner. There used to be like a Pinky's picnic area right at the corner there at Skyline and Page Mill. And that work, also partnership work with San Mateo Fire Stave continuing north. And we did some of the clearing as well on the north end of Windy Hill. You see a lot of coyote brush removal there. So lots of active work that's been going on and then work going forward. And then specifically the Wildland Conservation Board grant reforestation projects that work will be focusing on working on the Bear Creek Tree Farm restoration. We've already done some work. This will do some more. And years afterwards, fiscal year 26 will focus on the replanting. In Cathedral Oaks, we'll be inventorying removal of non-native trees, including eucalyptus, and then also have a restoration plan going forward. There's also wildland fire resiliency work that you'll see in the coming year along Alma Ridge Road, St. Joseph's Hill, El Sereno. Just to be aware, these are very visible projects, but I actually have been surprised that we haven't gotten a lot of pushback. I think people are understanding the need for these type of projects and hopefully understand our message that we do it in an ecologically sensitive manner. So that, I believe, brings me to the full list. I'm not going to go through all these, but if there's any questions on any of these or any of the projects that I've highlighted.
President McNiven, may I interrupt really quick? Sorry. I do have Director Holman now on the line.
Welcome, welcome, Director Holman.
Hi, good morning, all. Sorry I'm not there in person. I'm using the Just Cause exception to allow Zoom participation because I'm just under the weather today.
And if you would raise your hand with the yellow flag, if you have something to say, we'll be able to see you better.
Understood. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Time for questions. Director Riffle.
This wasn't highlighted, but it was listed. What's the latest on our prescribed burns? And kind of a couple questions. You kind of alluded to this, Brian, is I think the public who used to really push back on prescribed burns is kind of coming around to the fact of, hey, you know, maybe we need to do those. So I think, if you will, from a public timing, it's good. I know it has to do with the weather and everything else, and I see that it's called out here. Just maybe kind of an update of when will we start to see those? Where will we start to see those? And then also, how does that hit from a budget point of view? I think that's probably just a supporting type of a line item, but if you could just kind of comment on that topic.
Yeah, so budget-wise, you do in the development of the burn plans, you'll see budget impact there. It's mostly a staffing issue, both for ourselves and then the supporting fire agency, typically CAL FIRE. That's your biggest expense, as well as staff investment, which could be some contractor work in preparing for a fire, because you always want to make sure that you have safety zones and a perimeter that you can defend to keep the fire from going outside your prescribed burn area. And then as far as schedule, and Kirk can correct me here if I'm wrong, but I think we're trying to target a spring burn, perhaps in RDG, Rancho de Guadalupe, for where we've done it in the past as a training exercise as our first. Did you have anything to add?
Yeah, I was going to check on that timing as well, because it's been bouncing between spring and fall. And it's the difficulty we have is in the permitting as well to get the air board permit for a lot of these things.
Okay. And Brandon Stewart, the land facilities manager, had something.
I'll provide the update. So yes, we were unable to secure permitting for this spring because of the challenges that we were facing with the Air Resource Board, but we were moving forward with our first prescribed burns this fall. This spring, we are going to be trying to focus on some pile burns out at our DG. So we're putting piles together and we're going to try and get some pile burns off the ground this spring. But as far as a large prescribed fire, that's going to happen this fall.
And Brandon, do you know the location?
Russian Ridge is where we're going.
Russian Ridge is possibly, okay.
Mm-hmm.
And Russian Ridge, for the board members that weren't here at the time, was a location that we have lots of experience burning, and CAL FIRE does as well. We had 6 burns in successive years rotating through different areas of the preserve, the last of which was in 2009.
Okay, great. Just,
More questions?
just
Yeah.
a quick,
Yeah.
So Brian, I've just been so impressed with the wildland fire work that we have done over the last couple of years, but stuff grows back. And so how are we planning on doing that? Is it, okay, we got through that, then we'll wait till the next thing hits? Or is this like every 5 years we should budget for getting back and doing?
Yeah,
major
so,
major-
and that's one of the things that's really new about not just us, but also regionally.
Yeah.
That used to be the way it was. It was all one-off projects
Right.
that didn't necessarily get connected to other projects and didn't have planned follow-up. So all of these sites, we have a monitoring plan to go back in, and also a general idea from the habitat type and the type of work, what the reentry period, will be. So yeah, for just a fuel break type work, then you're talking reentry, in the 3 to 5, 7 years. Some of our forest resiliency work, we might do a one-time entry and then might not go back and do anything for a bunch of years. Like say if we were going in and removing Douglas firs in a oak woodland, but they all have monitoring, not just for the typical regrowth, but anytime you clear, it's an opportunity for invasive species to come into. So that's always part of the plan too, is to monitor for invasive species and take care of them as they come in as well. And how we're planning on doing that, and I've talked to the board about this before, we've been doing lots of big contracting work and involving our crew in a lot of this work as well. But building these resource management, wildland fire crews, which the board authorized us to begin in this fiscal year, and we've already done some hiring and some transferring and have these crews, pretty not totally built out. We'll continue doing that through next fiscal year. But that's the idea, so that we have an in-house crew that can do this ongoing return work that's probably lighter work that we can handle a larger geographic area.
Director Gleason.
You were speaking about the Wahonda Creek Pond restoration, and you mentioned pond above Harrington Creek Trail. Is that the one that you can see from Harrington Creek Trail as you go across the creek and up the hill, or is it one that's not visible from there?
So there's actually multiple ponds. I want to say it's in the range of like 10 or something like that. I don't know the exact number, but that's why we made that area conservation management unit. But so not the one that you can see down below the trail, but yes, if you can see one up above, and certainly that if you go to that new Vista area that the POG asked for, that's now in place with a bench and a sign, you can look out on that conservation management unit.
Okay.
And that was set up both for red-legged frogs that currently it supports a great breeding population, including previous work that we've done to restore ponds that has helped. The pond has to keep water long enough to allow the eggs to hatch and the little froglets to come out and grow their legs. But then also so that we can reintroduce San Francisco garter snake in the future.
And just a question about the Stevens Creek area. I guess I hadn't realized before that the spend was as high as it is. So can you maybe just explain a little bit more about where I think I had been out there with a volunteer project that Catherine did. We heard about some of the volunteer work that had gone on, but where's the big spend coming from in that work?
Yeah, so in the volunteer project work was to import oyster shell, which is a good breeding substrate for nesting for our snowy plover, and then kind of stomping that into the ground. And that's not the big spend. So the big spend, so as if you remember going back, and if you want to go back and look at it, it's available. But we had a study that looked at the alternatives for restoring it to marsh, keeping it as snowy plover habitat. One of the complications of that is that it's connected right now to the Moffett Field overflow pond. It's just one big pond. So we would have to look at, to be able to control that site, to put in a levee in there. Of course, it's also connected with the shoreline levee. So the big cost here would be starting the investigations for planning what to do with the site in the future. Manager Lennington, do you have more to add to that?
Pretty much that's it. Kirk Lannington, Natural Resources Manager. The costs are to do the geotechnical investigations so we can build that separation levee, as well as there are ongoing contamination concerns with the soils that are out there. Even though it's been cleaned up in the past, we'll be in different areas of the property with this levee that also need to be investigated and cleaned up. And those conversations are ongoing right now with NASA to separate our parcel from their stormwater detention, which also results in impacts to their operations because we're reducing the amount of water storage that's available.
Great. Thank you.
And this is one I will mention that, if like say it stayed full of water, our funding could shift to a future fiscal year.
Director Kishimoto.
Thank you. Well, first I want to pick up on a couple of questions that have been asked earlier. One about the prescribed burns. And and it's related to the discussion about, what goes on long term, because I think prescribed burns, as we know from, what we know about the Native American tradition, that is a major tool that they used for landscape management. And so, you said you like the term water master, but there's even a cooler title, burn boss.
Burn boss, yes.
Yes. So, I think the district needs to become master of the prescribed burn, and I did see that Jasper Ridge is doing the prescribed burn this week. There were notices about that. I don't know how they're doing in this rain actually, but that's happening. And just to see one prescribed burn a year, to me, that's kind of too slow a pace. Can you talk about why, and I hear that about the permitting. I don't know if that's the only obstacle, or is there anything we can do to?
Well, yeah, so the Regional Quality Air Control Board that is pretty restrictive, right? So their mission is to keep our air clean to breathe. And we believe long-term control burns, because they will reduce uncontrolled wildland fire, will be helpful for the air. But obviously that's something that's of concern to us and them, right? And that can be worked through. And I think as we learn and work through the process and get regulatory agencies accustomed to it, we will be able to do more burns. The other thing that is always an issue is trying to match up the natural resource timing of burns with resource availability. And, in the future, developing our own kind of fire program more fully might be an option. Right now, our fire program, because of our expertise and liability, is focused on working with partners such as primarily CAL FIRE, could be Palo Alto Fire for, say, a Montebello burn. So that is our focus of our fire program right now. We have gone through a process to look at our suppression program, which includes the staff that we manage prescribed fire with. And we are looking at bringing more people in our maintenance program into that program, particularly our new resource management crews, to do more of that. And, a burn boss certification is a possibility. We don't.
Do we have any burn bosses in our staff?
We don't currently, that I know of, have anyone that's,
Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager. I'll stand up a little bit. So we don't currently have somebody with that certification, but we do have someone that is working towards the certification, and that is Matthew Shapiro, who's our Conservation Grazing Program Manager. So he is one class away from becoming a certified burn boss. And he's very actively involved in the prescribed fire community. He's volunteers for prescribed fire. So he's going to be a resource that we utilize as we look forward to expanding prescribed fire as a tool in the wildland fire resiliency program. So we do see prescribed fire being a big tool, especially as we reduce these initial treatments that can be managed more readily by fire in the future. So we see that being as a nice 1-2 punch in the
Yeah.
future. So our first phase is to really reduce the amount of fuels and then come back as a retreatment, hopefully using prescribed fire to keep those fuel levels down.
But I will say that on the basis of protecting the district from liability, we will do partnership projects. That's our current program. There are agencies like state parks that have a small burn team that go out and do, we assist them sometimes and do it without the assistance of a fire agency. I think we're years away from feeling like we're ready to do that.
And if I could add just one additional piece to this, and you had mentioned our working with the Native American tribes on burns and the use of traditional ecological knowledge burns, and that's one of the grant programs that we've awarded this year. You might recall when we took those to the board. And so we're working with the Tamian Nation on that. Our funding goes towards them holding workshops on developing their ability to use fire in managing the landscape. And so we're closely trying to partner with them and build those relationships and gain as much knowledge as we can in working with them.
Yeah. Well, I have another topic, but and you have a comment on this too. So, but I would just say that I think we need more than one burn boss, and I would just encourage us to ramp up the program.
Yeah, and we can conduct burns with CAL FIRE without burn bosses. So
right.
So that I think that would be something to, once we are comfortable, once our neighbors are comfortable, that's something we could potentially look at. But you also have to remember that a escaped fire has the potential of just losing trust with the public. So we do want to be conservative.
We want to be careful
going into this.
Yes. Yeah, we have many neighbors. But before I go to my next topic, is there?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to add to my interest as well in seeing that happen. And I guess if maybe a request from Kirk or Brandon is maybe in the fall timeframe, is this maybe an update, an FYI of kind of how that's going, number one. And number two, I can just imagine we're never going to do one of these again because the agencies, don't let us do those. I mean, this just seems classic. So I think if there's something, if we're running into too much of that, if there's something we can do from maybe we need to help overhaul some of these agencies and how they view prescribed burns. I'm sure we're not the only ones running into that. So I would appreciate a heads up.
I mean, I would say that the overall picture for prescribed burns is actually much more supportive. In particular, CAL FIRE has adopted, having a burn program as a major component of reducing wildfire risk in California.
Great.
So having them as a partner is going to be really important.
Yeah, and I think that's the right approach, Brian. I don't want to get in their way, but also we're the ones that benefit our lands, and so if we're getting held up, I think hopefully we can maybe help unlock some of that. So, sorry, thank you.
Excuse me, President McNiven. Director Holman also has a question on the fire burns.
Yes, thank you. A couple of questions here, and which will include a little bit of thinking outside the box, perhaps. But how large are the areas that we're thinking of for these prescribed burns, or for this one prescribed burn? How large an area is it encompassing?
Yeah, so it typically wouldn't be a very large area, particularly the first ones that we're getting into would likely be under 100 acres.
Okay, and so the thinking outside the box is we do want to, there are air quality concerns. And if we have out of control fires, the air quality concerns are even greater. But has there been any research or any experience or record of coordinating with another entity, as we've talked about having partners in this, when there is a prescribed burn, to do a flyover and drop mist over the area to keep the smoke from spreading so far. It wouldn't be enough to keep a fire from happening, but maybe control the smoke aspect. Is there any technology or any process that would apply to that kind of situation?
So I would say the technology that you use is the really advancements in local weather forecasting. So your burn plan is one of the components of it will be air quality control. So you're looking at weather patterns that will blow the smoke away from population centers. So I don't think what you were suggesting as far as misting from a helicopter would be effective. In fact, I will mention that one of the techniques that has been used from helicopter is throwing little fireballs into the middle of the fire to effectively burn out an area. So kind of the opposite of that. But certainly having air resources available to limit the spread of fire are an important resource to have available. Probably wouldn't be in regards to air quality management, but you are monitoring the weather throughout the day. And if it changes so that you would have negative air quality impacts for where there's a high population, you would cease burning.
Yeah, I'm sure, and I know all that is going on. I was just trying to think a little bit outside the box and think if there's another way to do this that would, because even if the smoke is blowing away from populated areas, it's still going into the atmosphere. So I was just trying to see if there's one indication or some indication that there might be another way to do that. The other thought around this is the follow-up after there's a fire. And sometimes that requires a follow-up burn. How much can be done with, Midpen is great at attracting volunteers, and for such a cause as this, which has multiple benefits. Is there any possibility of expanding or utilizing the volunteer force that we have to do groundwork instead of a follow-up fire? Handwork, you know what?
Yeah, if I'm getting at the question, like the follow-up work after a fire, can we use volunteers instead of reburning? I think you'd be looking at whether it's handwork or a follow-up fire would be best for your resource management objectives. So typically, like say the Russian Ridge burns, there are invasive species that fire is not bad for, like harding grass, right? So we had to do follow-up work with harding grass to make sure that the fire didn't help it expand its area. I would say our volunteer program is really the focus of it has been resource management. So whatever aspect of resource management work that we're doing, if there's a need for handwork after a fire, you know, we have our regular volunteer project days, which are, you know, probably 80% resource management work. And then all of our ARMS volunteers, advanced resource management stewards, have an area that they work in that, you know, that could be something you could certainly assign after a fire to have that ARMS steward look after, say, invasive plants that are coming in. So that's something that's already a strong point of our volunteer program, and we would certainly use them if it was called for.
Great, super. Thank you so very much.
Director Kishimoto.
Yes, thank you. Okay, well, so I want to go back to this discussion about the science symposium, and I mean, so you can tell I'm disappointed not to see it there. But you know, this last discussion about, for example, this prescribed fire and kind of long-term management of our landscape, and you know how to work with all the public agencies around us and partners. I mean, putting on kind of a regional biodiversity or science symposium is one of the best ways to kind of bring the partners together, and it raises, you know, it just raises the public eye on this and educates people. And I mean, I've organized, you know, symposiums over my time, and it is so effective and just so, I mean, we can invite the air district to be on the panel to talk about kind of long, just the long, I mean, so we know that you have to, you're going to have some short-term disadvantages, right? Short-term air impacts, but the long-term, how do you manage it? And so and then if you look at all the amazing biodiversity projects that we have, I mean, it's, the kangaroo rat is the most recent one, the mountain lions, of course, and the newts. And I mean, there's just projects that the public totally loves. And I mean, who else is going to put all the pieces together, right? In terms of, what is it? What are the big steps that we need to do besides pass Measure AA and support it, but to, long-term manage the landscape, including prescribed burns and such. So I would say it hits the leadership partnerships. I mean, we can bring in all our nonprofit organizations, and it just, I don't know who else is going to convene this group, this symposium that needs to be convened. I mean, I could do it myself, maybe, but.
So, and I'll answer it two ways. So one aspect of our strategic plan goals, we are very active, not in our capital program per se, but in our ongoing work in a leadership role through a lot of different venues. Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, probably with fire, is the biggest one. There's regular coordinating meeting that happens. The board has actually funded big projects through the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, say for the vegetation mapping, that are very important for those efforts. So I think that leadership work is ongoing. As far as doing a symposium, I think that is a project, and it's just one of those hard choices that we made when bringing a proposed capital improvement action plan forward. And if it is one of those things that if that board decided to add it, because that would be a project, right?
Right.
Probably a supporting project, but involving a lot of staff time and some funding.
It would be high visibility.
Yeah. So that would have to come at, so if the board decided to add that, then we would have to take a look at the rest of the action plan and see what we would take off. I mean, kind of just spitballing it, it would probably be the science panel, and maybe you would get the science panel involved in putting it on, but that would be something I think for board discussion, because that is a project that would involve staff time that would impact the rest of the action plan.
Yeah, I mean, is there indication if we add resources? Because I mean, we could add consultants or staff, or is there any idea of what that would entail? Or
I would say in general, if we were at a steady state, that would be pretty easy, but we're already being really aggressive, both with staffing and consultants to reach the FOSM implementation and our project goals. So that's always a consideration, but my recommendation would be more to make a hard choice about what the focus is going to be, because obviously there are key natural resource staff that would have to be engaged in that project.
Yeah, and the other thing that I would add is, because what you're thinking about is a science biodiversity symposium, it would draw significantly from our natural resources staff. And they are at capacity. One of the things that we would have to consider is there would be trade-offs in terms of projects would have to come off their plate. Plus, the other big thing that you don't quite see here in this list or in the CAP is that they also provide significant support for other projects, in particular public access projects, because everything we do has a natural resource component, and everyone has to consult with natural resources around wildlife habitat, around plant-sensitive species, et cetera, permitting issues.
I could just barely see the ecologically sensitive part of the public enjoyment.
And so we would have to go back and look at not only what natural resource projects we'd have cut, but also,
Or add staffing.
well, I'll have to look at Kirk about that. Not that we can't, would that address it?
Yeah.
But then also, as I mentioned, public access and probably other projects as well. So Kirk.
And I know we're, our public affairs is, we're looking for.
They would support, but it would, probably the heaviest lift, frankly, would be natural resources.
Yeah, and this is something that we, this was on a list of projects for the action plan in a prior year or two. And when we were working on trying to just coordinate being able to do this with our consultants, EEC, who we work with in Sacramento, and they would be bringing in the legislators that we're, trying to build relationships with and get this information to. But they weren't able to do a very large amount of the work that would go into putting this science symposium together. And so a lot of that work did fall to my staff. And it's a considerable amount of work to organize something like this, especially if it's a day-long symposium with, panels and presentations. That networking is happening with my staff. And as I appreciate the work from Assistant General Manager and our General Manager in kind of supporting me in terms of we are at capacity in natural resources. We're stretched pretty thin, and so it is a difficult choice. We really like presenting the science. I think you see it whenever we're here in front of the board presenting our work. This is work that we really enjoy, but putting on a symposium like that does come at the expense of us being able to have the time then to do the project work. And so that, this science symposium is one of those projects that's easier to take off of our work program to make space for the other work that we're trying to do. And that's where it's fallen just in the last couple of years, because we are in a bit of a bottleneck right now in terms of all the work that we're wanting to do and our capacity to do it all and support it all.
Do you want discussion of this now, or do we want a parking lot that for later today? I think it's an important topic, but I don't want to derail, the process we have going.
Yeah, so I would suggest maybe going through the whole action plan, and then maybe you have another project that you're looking at that you want the same sort of consideration, right? And then you would have to not only balance the existing action plan, but this other one. So you'd be able to have the full picture.
Yeah.
So maybe if we can parking lot that one?
Yeah.
So to make sure that we address that by the end of the day, is what are we going to do? And do nothing as an option. But,
yeah, I just wonder where in the agenda we are. Are we moving on to the resource capacity, or are we still in?
So we've just presented natural resources component of the CAP. So we have 2 more to go.
2 more.
Right now, after the board questions would be public comment.
Sure.
And then, board comments or direction, which we've already gotten into.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like if you were talking about adding or subtracting projects, you probably want to see the full CAP first.
I think you're right.
Yep.
So definitely, could we put it on the parking? It's already there. Thank you. Okay. Because I didn't realize we had 2 more areas to do. Okay, let's move on.
do we have a break coming up, or what's our?
Our lunch break is scheduled for 12, and we've got a fair amount to cover before then,
Okay.
including staffing. So
Okay, let's go.
let's try to get to 12 o'clock at least.
All right. I will keep going. Susanna Chen, Assistant General Manager, and I will cover the next program, the Public Access Education and Outreach Program. This is a very robust program. There's 39 projects under this program, and the with 5 new projects and 34 continuing projects. And the budget request is $7.3 million. And we requesting a little bit Fund 10, 4 million from Fund 30, and also 3 million from Fund 40. And what I wanted to point out and highlight here is that of that $3 million of Fund 40, $1.8 million related to removing access barriers. So it's definitely a testament of this agency, our commitment to remove access barrier and provide equal access to all, so equitable access to all. So I will highlight some of those projects, and the projects that I selected to highlight either the projects, those key projects that Anna talks about, we're recommending as the big rocks for this coming fiscal year, or projects that have high budget requests. So, and they are organized by preserve. And I start with in Bear Creek Redwoods. We have the Bear Creek Stable project, and that's one of the projects that we've been working on and will continue to work on. We're still working with the county to get our use permits. And the hope is to get through the use permit process this year and then move into the next phase and construction in FY26. We are planning to bring this project back to the board in the very near future to give you an update on where we're at. And as we're going through the permitting process with the county, the scope of the project has changed to respond to the comments. And then we wanted to give you an update and get your feedback and confirm our next step. And then we will do that very soon. And then the next project that I want to highlight here is the Phase 2 trail improvement. And we've been working to open up the northern part of the preserve to the public. And the Phase 2 trail project will allow us to open up almost 200 acres when it's completed. And right now we're wrapping up a construction project that includes new bridges and culvert replacement and other significant construction work. And our trail crew has been building trails in this area as well. And our goal is to open this area to the public in fall of this year. But there's still elements of Phase 2 projects that will extend into FY25 and FY26. That is the trailhead at the intersections of Highway 17 and Bear Creek Road. The trailhead extends or encroach into Caltrans right-of-way, requiring us to get encroachment permit from Caltrans. And through that process, we learned that Caltrans has to first update their maintenance agreement with the county, and then we have to enter into a maintenance agreement with the county before we can receive that encroachment permit. So that process needs a little bit more time, but that trailhead work does not affect us opening up the preserve to the public in fall of this year. And we will be, when we open this area, we will be allowing equestrian and hiking use. The board separately approved a multi-use trail alignment earlier this year, and that will be a separate project that our crews will take on in FY26. And other projects that you're also very familiar with in this preserve is the North Parking Area project, and you recently approved the conceptual layout of the parking area, allowing us to move into the next phase. So we'll be hiring consultant to further develop the plans, and then we're going to design, permitting, and constructions. I'll be covering a few projects, and so I'm actually okay if you have questions, and I can take it one slide at a time.
Questions so far?
I think Director Gleason has questions.
On the Northeast Trailhead for Bear Creek, Was the long-term idea to also have an equestrian passage down there?
It's good questions, and we definitely look into it to provide that access right now. But because of the topography of that particular area and the facts that nearby there's no equestrian access right now in the adjacent area, so the decision was made that at this point that trailhead is not equestrian accessible, but the design that we have does not preclude us from putting in that accessible connection in the future.
Okay, and all right, yeah, let's go ahead.
Director Keisha Marta. Thank you. So I have a question about, so the Bear Creek Stables project is, so that's two projects. That's 128 and 10 line. Well, I'm looking at the line numbers, but one is 108 and the other is 128. So one is AA and one must be the general fund.
Right. Yeah.
So, so the total is, it's 1.75 million plus like 3 million. Or almost $5 million, but so
yes. So and that is actually the reason that why I mentioned that we may have to bring this project back for you to give you an update and also confirm how next steps. So I think in 2021, the board approved some additional funds into this project. The original budget for the maintenance and repair plan, it's about $4.5 million. And then you added a little bit over $1 million towards the projects. Now going through the permitting process, and I mentioned that we have to expand the scope to respond to some of the permit requirements. And our scope of the project has changed. And we really need to go back and kind of take a look at what is the cost of the current scope. And then we want to bring that information back to you and get you confirmations. And we're still in negotiation with the county related to some of the exemptions that we wanted to ask. The road width, it's the big items that we wanted to get exemption from the county so that we don't have to widen this to so wide and it's costly, and also it's very, it has a significant environmental impacts, and we would have to remove like over 30 trees in order to meet that, road width requirement. So we're still in negotiation with the county right now.
yeah. So the 1.7 would come from the general fund that is to cover the road, or what would that? Why is that not covered by Measure AA?
I was hoping the finance department can help me, because because the portfolio by itself is fully expanded. So we do have to supplement it with some general fund. Yeah. But the actual numbers, I think maybe we can get to you later. Yeah.
Yeah, I see. Well, I mean, I mean, I just don't feel good, kind of pre-approving that amount of money without knowing more. I mean, is it, oh, so the 2.7 million that's in Measure AA, that's already part of the Measure AA. Is that right? So the 1.7 is the extra.
Yeah, it's well,
I mean, can
it's
we
an
kind of
extra.
asterisk it and say it's kind of subject to future?
Oh,
What-
and absolutely, and you're not approving any of it today as far as the amounts go,
Wow.
right? This is the project load that we're talking about today as far as the
Yeah.
CF goes. So the budget numbers proposed will come back to you, the ABC in May, and to the board in June. So this is an indicator.
But yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily want to vote against it. And
No, no, no.
May.
I understand. The cost of the stables are in flux, right? I mean, every year or every month, there's more escalation, there's different requirements. It's back and forth with the county and it changes pretty much all the time. And that's why Susanna was mentioning to come back to the board with more information soon. So these are placeholders at this time. You're not approving these dollar amounts, but it is an indication that it is in excess of what is available in the portfolio.
I don't know. Actually, yeah, I was going to even suggest that it doesn't. I'd rather not see it in kind of that Big Rocks group because it's not even a public access project. But we can talk about that when we talk about Big Rocks.
Okay.
But and so when we, so I've been on ABC many times. I should know, but when we approve this budget, you are asking us to approve this aspect of the budget, though. Or can we just
In June, we're asking you to approve the dollars.
Right, and this is the budget for the year. However, and the repair work would need a construction contract. And so those construction contracts would come to the board for approval. That said, though, we're coming to you ahead of that because there are issues there with that amount in terms of what the expectations have been and what the reality seems to be. And so we will be bringing those amounts to you for discussion to confirm that the board wants us to proceed.
General Manager Ruiz, Jane Mark, Planning Manager. I have additional information. Back in 2020 or 2021, the board had approved these amounts. The general fund earmark of funds did go to the board, and they were allocating Measure AA interest income. So this was back in 2020 or 2021. I could find the board report if you like.
And we will try to bring this item back to you before June, so you have that piece of information going into approving this year's budget. Yeah.
I believe Director Riffle has a comment.
Well, comment, but the comment you just made now makes it a question. So what I feel we're doing today is approving the action items. And to me, this is, if you will, a placeholder that we need to continue work on Bear Creek Stables. But I think what I heard you say is we will have an opportunity to weigh in as a board with an update of where we are and how much more money it could take for us to do this. Did I say that right?
Yes.
And so I'm fine with that. Fine placeholding these.
Yes.
Yeah, let's keep going on that project. Let's hear that.
Yeah.
But now my question is, when are we going to hear that? Because is that going to be before the June approval?
That's what we're targeting. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
That's what we're targeting. Yeah.
Okay.
The next couple months.
Okay. So I feel good questions, but I'm feeling good with that process for us to have a chance to do a little bit of a deeper dive, into those expenses to understand what those are, and then we can then give direction at that point.
Yes.
Of which way we go.
Yeah.
Right.
And we want that confirmation.
I'm comfortable with that. Good questions, but I'm good with how we're going.
Yeah.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, just to be completely clear, the numbers in here are the numbers that were already approved. Is that correct? But there's current uncertainty about what the actual numbers will be, and that will come back to the board in the future. Is that correct?
The board, throughout the years, so we brought these items to the board, and we gave board some estimate on the kind of the scope of the project, the estimate of the project. And so the board, it has seen the cost at the estimate at the time, and then the board supported the project moving forward. Yeah, so I think that's how I will categorize. And what's actually in the budget is for what we are requesting for the upcoming years and for the money that we need to deliver the scope of work that we think that we can accomplish within the year. Yeah.
Okay, so you said at the beginning that in 2021, the cost estimate went up and the board said, go ahead with that. These numbers are still consistent with that 2021 estimate. Is that right?
Right now, yes.
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
like I said, because our scope, we still working with the county, and then
Yeah,
we seeing the scope is
we think these
expanding.
numbers are not right, but the
Right.
board will have another opportunity
Yes.
to look at them and say yes or no.
Yes.
We're okay with that change.
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Mhm. All right.
Okay.
I'm gonna move on. All right, and then in El Sereno, there's El Sereno Loop Trail that is part of the Highway 17 connecting trails, and this piece is within the district's preserve, and we also got grant funds to advance the construction of the project. So we planning to move into construction in FY25. And then the next one is the Highway 17 crossing, and Brian mentioned the wildlife crossing, and collectively, the Highway 17 crossing projects have three elements, right? The wildlife crossing, the trail crossing, and then the connecting trails. And they just recently reached a big milestone that Caltrans signed off on the project report, allowing us to circulate the environmental document. So there's a lot of activities happening right now, like we have a virtual public meeting this week. We're going to bring the alternative options for trail crossing for you review in April. And then we're hoping that we can wrap up the environmental review phase of this project by the end of this fiscal year. And then in FY25, we'll move into the next phase is to develop the plans and getting the permits and eventually go into constructions. So we will be transferring the project lead role to VTA as we move into the next phase, because they are the subject matter expert to deliver such a large scale transportation projects. And the agreement is already in place and they already start working on it. And if we can have the construction funding in place, and we can start construction as early as FY27. And then the other one is ADA barrier removal. That's a district-wide projects that the board approved the ADA transition plan update in 2019 that identifies ADA or access barrier within our preserve and our facilities, and also establish a 15-year plan to systematically remove those barriers. And this project captures that effort. It's an annual project, and every year we work on projects that will remove barriers on the list. And currently, we're working on improving 3 existing easy access trails at Pogus, at Horseshoe Lake, and also near the nature centers. And we are in final permitting phase, and then we'll be moving into construction in FY25. Okay, and then in La Honda, we have the La Honda Phase 2 trail connections, and then Phase 2 trails connect the existing Harrington Creek trails at the kind of the lower part of the preserve, and connecting the trail system will connect the central and the upper part of the preserve, and providing that kind of spine of trail system within the preserve. And a little bit good news to share for this project, and we've been working on it, and we're at the point that we finalize, we're needing permits to go to constructions. And originally, we actually didn't think that this project will fit under the master permit that we recently got from the county, because the master permit is designed for routine maintenance type projects and all smaller new trail constructions. But the county actually proposed to us to think about, because this project has multiple segments. Collectively, it's a large project, but individual segment may fit under the threshold of the permit requirements. And it actually works, and the permits allow us to build multiple locations. So now we can actually go under the master permit for the county's permit for this project. meaning we don't have to go through the discretionary planning commission review, and then we can just submit this as part of our annual notification, and then and allow us to move into construction of this construction seasons. Yeah. And then the next one is the La Honda Creek Parking and Trailhead Access Phase 1 feasibility study. And this project it aims to bring parking and trailhead amenity to the central part of the preserve. And we've been looking at evaluating the feasibilities of several sites that were identified by the La Honda Public Access Working Groups. And we will be bringing the conceptual design to you for comments and feedback and directions very soon, next month. And pending your directions, and then we can move into the next phase of further developing the designs and CEQA and all the work that we need to do to move into final implementations. So that's happening there and in FY25. And then at Montebello Preserve and the Montebello Black Mountain Trail extension take advantage of an existing trail easement within the Lehigh Quarry property and allowing us to build trails that have more gradual slope comparing to the existing Black Mountain Trail. So the trail, the crew is doing trail scouting right now, and for next fiscal year, there will be moving into doing technical studies. So the project is moving ahead. The next one is Upper Stevens Creek Trail Connections, and this is a partnership project with the county to provide a multi-use trail within our preserve and also county preserve for the upper portion of the Stevens Creek trails above the Stevens Creek reservoir. And because it's a partnership project, and so we have to work in tandem with the county. And county is a little bit more resource constrained than us. So, but they are committed to move this project forward, and we have ongoing conversation with the county and defining the scope and identify possible routes. And we anticipate next fiscal year we'll start trail scouting and also looking at possible parking options. And also, if possible, then we can move into starting the technical studies. And then this one is for Purisima Creek Wetwood Preserve. It's definitely, this is one of the big rocks, and we're recommending for you for considerations. It's very active preserve, a lot of projects is happening. The multimodal access implementation, looking at implementing high priority transportation demand management strategies that you supported that will help manage the parking demand and in the preserve wide, right? And we have a consultant helping us to look at the implementation plan for implementing those strategies, and those will be incorporated into the parking area projects that we are concurrently working on. The next one is the Purisima to the Sea parking, that is to develop the parking of Verde Road. And then another one is the Highway 35 multi-use trail crossing and parking implementation. That project not only will provide a multi-use crossing over Highway 35, and also will expand the existing North Ridge parking area. And both projects, the board has approved the conceptual plans, and we are moving into further develop the parking plans and moving into the CEQA is the next steps. And then we also working on the trail portions of the projects, and the board has approved the trail alignments connecting the existing trail within the preserve to the coast. And then we're actively working on that. And tying everything together is our comprehensive use and management plan that will cover all the projects that I just talked about, and then also provide environmental clearance for those projects. And there's one project that not covered in the comprehensive use and management plan is our Purisima Creek Road vehicle access project. And then Purisima Creek Road is one of our important access road for emergency access and patrol access. And it was damaged during the 2023 storms. And this project is working to repair those damages. Okay, last slide. Rancho, we have the road and ADA improvement projects that will improve the conditions of the access road connecting the parking area and Deer Hollow Farm. And concurrently, we always have a desire to improve access, ADA access from the parking area to the barn. And this project, we're trying to improve the road condition at the same time to look at improving ADA access. So that's what we're actively working on. And then the next one is a board director project. And last year, the board approved it as to conclude the one-year pilot carpool program. And you direct the staff to look at a permanent carpool parking implementation at the right location. So that's this project is about, and we will be start working on it in FY25. The last one I want to highlight is at Windy Hill Preserve. It's a Hawthorns area plant. It's the area plan is a comprehensive use management plan for the Hawthorns area. Will guide us for resource, both natural resource and cultural resources management activities and land management activities, and also public access. So the plan development is well underway, and we are now in the phase of working with a public access working group to define the public access elements of the plan. So the working group is working really hard. It's a really challenging site, and they're working really hard to try to determine kind of recommended trail routes, where to put the parking areas, what kind of trail use, and they're working really hard. And we're hoping that we can bring some recommendation forward to for our Planning and Natural Resource Committee and ultimately the board for consideration, like late summer and early fall. That's what we're targeting. Okay, I think that covers all the projects I want to highlight. And here is the full list of the projects and 2 pages. So I will turn it back to you, the chair, and see if you have any questions.
Questions? Director Gleason.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's a really, really exciting set of projects, and I know many people are eagerly anticipating all of these. So I had some questions about the Highway 17 Trails project. Could you go back to that?
Yep.
Maybe 35 or. Yeah. So the one that we've called out here is the El Sereno Loop Trail. But when we talk about these projects, there are a variety of trails connecting, say, from St. Joseph's Hill to Sierra Azul, and then down to Sanborn Park. So is this particular project intended to cover those, or do they appear someplace else?
This is just an element of that trail connections that we are evaluating as part of the CEQA. And this project is being advanced earlier than others. It's because we have grant funding for the projects. So this one does not intend to cover all the other trail connections as part of the project.
So I wasn't clear then where those other trails are in the project list?
We, they don't currently appear on our 3-year work plan. That's why you don't see them, because it's just they're in different stages. So some of them may need additional properties, and some of them may require coordination with other jurisdictions. So they are not in our 3-year priority list. But they are covered in terms of the environmental review as part of the projects that the environmental document that's being circulating right now.
I see. Okay, and I'm not sure if this is the right time to mention this, but since we're on the slide, Susanna actually gave me a really nice briefing on the ADA barrier removal project, and I actually wasn't aware of the full scope of that project before, including the ABA improvements at Pulgus Ridge and Skyline Ridge, the 2 trails at Skyline Ridge. So I think those are great, and I've been trying to think more about accessible trails. And one thing that really struck me, there's this feedback from an advocate for disabled hikers who said, if you think about what do people want to see and experience in the open space, you know, you'll have a list of things like streams and waterfalls and wildlife and you know, different types of views and so forth. And then they said, what do you think it is for disabled people? Well, it's exactly the same. And what I think, and Susanna and I spoke about this as well, if we can sort of turn around to that way of thinking, it maybe gets us away from this. You know, sometimes people will say, well, you know, here's a trail you're building. Can you make this wheelchair accessible? And with the constraints we have, that's a very hard thing to think about. But if you turn it around and sort of think about what are the opportunities, you know, can we find these opportunities, and then can we find ways to make them accessible, then each one of those things, those experiences, those sites that you add to an accessible trail has huge value. So I think it's just maybe, I'm not suggesting anything specific, but a way of thinking about these types of projects. And maybe one specific thing is with respect to these particular trails, these 3 trails at Pulgus Ridge and Skyline Ridge. I think if you go sort of outwards from those, close to them, there may be some of those opportunities there. For example, Pulgus Ridge, the part that we're talking about making ABA, it actually gets you very close to a creek on a part that's still flat. So maybe in the future, there are opportunities to do even more there. And at Skyline Ridge, you know, the part that we're making ABA at near Alpine Pond, it gets you very close to that really great bedrock mortar. And right now it's a steep slope going down there. So I don't know if it's feasible to ever get there with a wheelchair accessible path. But if we can sort of think about things in those ways, then ultimately I think we'll have much more valuable accessible trails, as well as, you know, great trails in general. So, just something to think about.
Could I make a comment about time before we go on? We have 15 minutes before lunch, and there's still 2 more topics. I think one is
one more after this.
There's the resource capacity from the.
Oh, that's for afternoon, I believe, right?
Oh, that's for this afternoon?
Yes.
Fine.
But we do have also very robust access programs that Brian will cover. So,
okay,
and some very interesting projects over there.
Let me get Director Riffle's question.
Yes.
And then we'll move on.
Okay, thanks. La Honda Creek. There's 2 projects listed, and my question is, how much are completing the trails in the central section, so basically connecting to, if you will, the Allen Road area, which I'm calling the central section. I just want to make sure that we're continuing work on those trails, even though we still haven't quite figured out all the access points in there. I know that's something that I thought the Public Access Working Group said, keep going on those while we're working out. But I just want to confirm that that is the case.
Okay,
Here,
let me
and maybe
confirm
what
what
the
you're
status is.
saying. So for the first project, it's the trail, the phase 2 trail will create that kind of spine of trail system kind of in the
Right.
middle of the preserve,
Right.
connecting the lower part and the middle part and the upper part. And then the trailhead and parking work is
Right.
to provide aim to provide some parking access at the
Right.
middle part of the preserve.
Right.
And like near the wet bond area. And there's still that connection between, once we can put those parking near the wet bond area. And then,
No, I get that.
and then there's a connection, are you saying the connection from the wet bond area or the parking area?
Right.
Near the central part connecting to that
I
spot?
understand.
Yeah, right. Is
I'm
that what
sorry,
you're asking?
that's not my question.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
sorry, I wasn't very clear. Maybe I'll just put it this way. When will I be able to park at Sears Ranch Road and hike to Allen, to the Allen Road area?
Oh,
Can I-
I
can
think
I,
when we complete the phase 2 trials.
Right, and that is part of Lahana Creek Phase 2 trails.
Yes.
It is included in that. It's that long.
Right.
It's that connection from
Yeah.
Sears Ranch Road all the way up to Dyer
Right.
Ranch, if
Yes.
you will, Ellen Road.
Great.
Right.
I like that answer. My second answer is,
Timing?
I don't, well, not only timing, but I want to make sure that we're not holding up access to that until we figure out the parking situation.
No, it's separate.
No, yeah.
It is separate.
Okay. Good
So,
answer.
so the parking is not holding it up.
Perfect. Thank you.
Other questions? You all set, Susanna? If you have no more questions, I will turn it over to Brian.
All right, now we're moving on to assets and organizational support, the most interesting topic of today. So again, to kind of hit the highlights, continuing Fund 10, DEI, 226,000. New coastal field office, 420,000. You might wonder why there's so much money booked there when we don't have a place yet, and the purchase obviously would not be included in that. That would be one of the things that you budget for at the time. So that's so that we can move fast if we do have an opportunity. And it's also a budget that could move if we didn't. And then Fund 40, continuing on the radio system, that's the big hitter in this category, 2.2 million. We have, whoops. Yep, sorry. We have a request for proposal that's been posted and it's out on the street right now. So we're hoping to get good proposals for the radio system and we can actually complete that project next fiscal year with the major expense in fiscal year 25. And then Hawthorne Structures, there's a lot of money. Oh, I'm just doing the heavy hitters that go in these different funds, and then I'll cover the highlighted projects. Yep. So this is Fund 40 continuing. Hawthorne's, there's 820,000 booked. We have estimates for improving the various structures. The board will make decisions about that, and there's money to implement that. And then our normal capital equipment expense is booked at 500,000. That's our heavy equipment and vehicle replacement costs. So now moving on to the highlighted projects. So first I wanted to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. I did want to mention we've made a lot of progress already this year. Particularly, we hired our DEI specialist, Katie Gilmore. So we have a lead person. We have our DEI committees that are working, that are staff-led. The board approved the flying the pride flag during the month of June. The year before that, in 2022, Juneteenth was approved. Some small things like pronouns being added to the email signature templates. We've really increased our internship program. And this was one thing I was actually not aware of until I was preparing for this, but we've added a little blurb on our employment recruitments. And I actually wanted to read it because I kind of really think it reflects well our DEI philosophy at the district. And it says, and I don't know who wrote it, but whoever did, probably a collaboration, but maybe Katie. So at MidPen, we believe open space is for all. Our public lands are shared spaces provided by the community to the community. All people, regardless of background, deserve respect, dignity, safety, and a sense of belonging. MidPen welcomes all people to enjoy public open space preserves that we hold in trust, supporting the mental, physical, and social well-being of our region. Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District is an equal opportunity employer. So that kind of replaced the legalese that's always been in there that we're an equal opportunity employee. So I just wanted to highlight that because I thought it was really neat. In 2024, some of in 2025, we'll be hiring, we've already entered a contract with a DEI consultant, and in 2025, they'll be helping us to do an overall assessment of the organization, cultural policy practices, that sort of thing, and then developing a plan to look at that assessment and make goals for meeting our DEI goals, and then also provide staff training and really continue to build some of the other things that we've done. You heard earlier about how it was incorporated in our strategic plan and then almost immediately in our grants program. We have 2 grants that are focused on tribal groups. We have our Native Americans relation team that's just in the beginning stages of developing, working with our tribes in the area. And that's Kirk Lennington and Jane Mark, was also Corey. Of course, we'll be looking for someone to replace her on that team, maybe the new public affairs manager. And then the other thing that you've seen in the development of the ag policy, and then also incorporated now into our request for proposals process, is a DEI element there, which is really looking at our external partners and saying, this is something we want you to bring to the table as well. So really making a lot of progress, and it's a real focus area, having a dedicated staff person and bringing on a consultant next year. So that was kind of interesting stuff, but now we'll get into the other stuff. So radio system upgrades, like I said, it's a large expense, but entirely necessary. It's the backbone of our public safety communications for our ranger staff, as well as our day-to-day field communications as well. And that will put us in good standing for the next, it's shorter than you would hope, because these things go through a 10, 15-year cycle like computers, but we'll be set up for the next period until that equipment becomes something that has to be replaced. And then for Title 14 residential improvements, that's your basic efficiency improvements. So we have a budget to go through our residential. It's not all of them all at once, just a manageable bite to go through our residences and make improvements like insulation, new windows, and that sort of thing, and new like heating, HVAC, appliances, that sort of thing. And then Coal Creek Preserve. I wanted to present this coming at the end of the month. I'll be presenting on our structures disposition list, most of which will be recommended for demolition. So I did want to show here a project, which is, it's not inexpensive. It's over 200,000 that we're projecting to replace the roof and make structural repairs to the Coal Creek barn, which you see in the picture there. It is kind of the icon of Coal Creek, so it would be hard for us to get rid of it there. It's usually the thing you see when we're talking about our preserve there. And it does function as storage for the field staff as well, for things that need long-term storage. I was in there prepping for the structures meeting and actually saw the signs for long-term board members that remember when we were going to sell off a portion of Teague Hill that were developable portions. Those signs are still in there, a little bit of district history. We were unsuccessful in selling them, so they're still part of the preserve. So then moving on to the next slide, Skyline Ridge Preserve. So this is a major revamp. It's not just a remodel. It's looking at the Skyline Ridge office site and how going into the future for the long term, that site can support the staff that are taking care of the preserves. So we're really developing all the background on that. We've gone through a needs assessment, and then we'll be coming to the board with potential options and plans. And this will be a multi-year project that we're not budgeted for anywhere near construction next fiscal year. Windy Hill Preserve. So we talked about the access plan. This is focusing on the structures, and that's what the picture is there, is our beautiful boarded up mansion. And, we have done a thorough assessment of the structures and what it will take for different options, and then it'll be coming to the board to decide what options to proceed with on all the structures that are in the historic area. So I think finally we'll have some good solid steps. Unfortunately, some of the partnership projects that we were, wanted a partner to really take on this project haven't come to fruition, but we're still talking to potential partners that might be involved in work that we lead on these structures. And then the Coastal Field Office, I mentioned that's we're looking for a site, and then that's a potential project. Of course, if a site wasn't available, this would be something that was get deferred. But Real Property is actually actively looking for a site. The other thing that's just a supporting project, but is important, particularly, the topic came up earlier and about Teague Hill, and I responded when we're making these CAP projects, we really look first and foremost to our Measure AA projects. So we're 10 years in, right? So it's 2024, and we have a 30-year program. Technically you can expend beyond that, a little bit, but you're really looking at a 30-year period. So you can look at it, we have 20 years left. We've already started looking at this list, and as soon as you start plugging things in and how long things will take, you're like, we only have 20 years left. So that's a project that we'll be doing to kind of look at our schedule and all our projects and how they will fit in. But that is, our promise and our pressure to deliver on those projects does impact what we're putting on these action plans. And Measure AA does really take a priority in that. All right, moving on to the next one. I just wanted to highlight this culvert. You wouldn't think, well, what's one culvert? But it is really the main patrol maintenance access to the preserve. There's our residents behind this, or our two of our residences, well, three if you count the pool house behind this culvert, as well as other private residences, and then also trail access into the preserve. And so it's a major culvert that needs to be repaired to ensure that we continue residential and preserve access into Fremont Older. And then LaHonda Creek, just a lot of questions about what's going on at the event center. We announced to the board, I think through an email or maybe at a board meeting at staff comments, when we got the resource management permit. So we've secured that, and it's the equivalent of a use permit for the limited uses that are allowed in the resource management area. But there are actions that we have to take that were required under the resource management permit. And some of that is reducing the surface area of structures so that, it's a water infiltration rule. So we will be looking at demolishing the little towers that the judges used to sit at for the event center arena, for the old rodeos. And then also one of the paddock structures, there's one structure that's a pretty permanent structure, and then one's more of a temporary structure. We'll be removing that, perhaps utilizing some of it elsewhere. But those will implement the event center. And for those that are interested, we are actively issuing permits for equestrian use and hiking use at the event center, and those have been popular. You get to use the bottom portion of the preserve when you park there. And then finally, structures disposition. So this is the ongoing project that returns to you every year, and then I'll be doing an update at the end of March on the whole list. For a reminder, the projects that we're looking at are actually Russian Ridge and Long Ridge. So the Paul property, Paul Cabin, Conley Cabin, Rapley Barn, and Quam property. These are all structures that the board has previously approved for demolition, and then we'll be coming back to the board for contracts, and that'll be implemented in the fall. So I believe that runs me through the list. We get to the full list here. If there's any questions on any of the ones I presented. I'm looking for my glasses. They're right here. Or any of the ones on the list.
Thank you, Brian. Director Kishimoto.
Thank you. Well, some of these hopefully should be pretty quick. One is what's that? 169 is the annex. What can you remind me what that is?
Oh, yeah. So at Rancho San Antonio, there's a residential structure that for over 35, 40 years, we've been using as a staff facility, primarily for trainings. And it's in bad enough shape now that we've really leaned away from using it from trainings. One, the floor is kind of slanted, but you can deal with that. But then rodent incursions without doing more major repairs have been hard to take care of as well. So doing the improvements necessary on that structure to continue to use it.
Yeah, actually.
And some remodel work, like we used to do defensive tactics in there, which is sometimes batons, and there's a glass wall right in the back of the room there. So we probably want to remove that.
I see. Okay. Yeah, you might just put Rancho San Antonio in that description because I just couldn't remember where it was. And then, the 178. Let me see. Which one was that? Is that the Miramontes Ridge? Is that crossing Mill Creek? And it's, that's like $700,000 for. Does that ring a bell?
So what's the title of it?
Replace bridge in Miramontes Ridge.
Oh, yeah, that's the vehicle bridge, yeah.
Oh, across Mills Creek, is that?
Madonna Creek.
Madonna Creek,
Yep.
okay.
Yeah, that's one that prior to purchase, they just it's the only thing I've seen eucalyptus be useful for. They just took down huge eucalyptus later across the creek and then planked it.
Oh, really?
So that's the extent of the engineering that went into that.
Okay. And then one quick question, and that's not a project on here, but this thing about the caretaker lodge, that Roos Ridge caretaker lot, is anything happening with that? It's
so
the person is still there.
They're still living there, and we work with them to kind of make sure that they're not impacting the trail use there. Eventually, we don't have use. We used to have an active caretaker arrangement with them, and we don't need that any longer. So eventually, that will be taken out, but not while the current resident is there. We would like to, in the next couple of years, get into because that caretaker agreement has lapsed, we would like to get into a formal residential agreement. And that was the caretaker for the Duvenex that we inherited at the time of purchase. And they've been living there, certainly my entire career.
Nice.
And there've been some issues as far as the horses and horse waste, but I think we've dealt with most of that, and we'll continue to work with them to make sure there's no impacts on the visitors or neighbors.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. Thanks for the updates.
President McNiven, Director Holman has a question.
Director Holman.
Yeah, thank you. I have actually a few questions. I'll just put them all out at once. The Skyline Field office, I know the needs assessment is, I think you said completed, or at least nearing completion. What's the timing of an RFP for architects and designers for that? That's one. Another is Title 24 improvements. We've had discussion in the past about how much of, some of the projects could be handled in-house as opposed to contracted out. So if there's an update on that. Also with Title 24, and thank you to staff for doing the assessment to the extent that it's been done so far, appreciated, of what our cultural resources are. Window replacements are significant impacts to cultural resources. So is that work going to be done sensitively to the historic nature of the structures? And then lastly, I don't recall seeing anything about Thornwood. And Director Gleason and I went out to the Thornwood house, the really beautiful house there. And to my dismay, although the house looks to be in pretty good shape from the outside, certainly, there are signs on the door saying that it's bat habitat. And that just, it's disturbing to see that there. I can just see it going the way of other structures, means that it be leading to its degradation due to infestation. So I think those are all of my questions put out at once. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
So I'll take I'll go in reverse order, and I'll probably forget the first one by the time I get to it. But Thornwood, so we've been actively making repairs. The bat habitat thing is kind of for our staff, and I don't know. Well, and we have been bringing contractors out there for awareness so that we don't impact the season where we might disturb them. And we did have some delays to make sure that we weren't disturbing the bats, but we are proceeding with repairs, and we plan to put it out first, through our regular process. It'd be a great place for patrol. Even with the 50% discount, it's going to be rather expensive. So we'll put it out for patrol. And if there's no interest there, we'll put it out for general staff use with a 25% discount. And if there's no interest there, we'll put it out for the general public. But we do anticipate certainly this fiscal year that being repaired and available for rent. The major
Great, thank
things
you.
like cleaning up the fire debris and bringing in municipal water have already been completed. And then as far as the Title 24 improvements, so yeah, we do have that robust historic, like how we treat structures. And, one of them is the maintenance of structures. So certainly if there is a historically significant structure, we'll be looking at making sure we follow the guidelines, particularly with window replacement, like you said, because it affects the exterior of the house. That can be one thing that can impact that. And then, and I don't know the details of which houses we're dealing with. So if there is anything specific there, but then, and if it's not, then we'll be just looking at maintaining the character of the house and improving the efficiency at the same time. And then the other one was the timeline. Manager Jane Mark, you want to take that?
Yeah, thank you. Jane Mark, Planning Manager. So we have already issued an RFP for architectural design services for the Skyline Field office. And we are in the process of reviewing these design proposals, and we are scheduling April 24th to bring the proposed consultant to the Board of Directors for the architectural design work for the Skyline Field office renovation.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And just a little bit of follow-up. At the time that we did and thank you again, these site visits are always so helpful. At the time we did the visit to the Skyline Field office, I'd suggested that in addition to just architectural, and maybe this was included in your RFP and I just don't know that, besides just architectural service, that actually a land use plan would be really helpful for for the Skyline Field Office. Was that included in the request for proposal?
Director Holman, this is Jane Mark, a land use plan?
Yeah, well, it seemed like there were structures that might be moved, might not be there anymore, how to utilize the space, you know, meaning the land. So that's what I mean by a land use plan.
Director Holman, this is Ana Ruiz, General Manager, and I'm going to just confirm with Jane. The request for proposals and qualifications included an understanding for the consultant teams to look at the site holistically, at all the buildings, at the circulation, at the landscape features, at the historic use of the site, et cetera. So that they are looking at all the pieces together.
And the parking and circulation and et cetera, correct. So looking holistically at the entire site, correct.
Okay, great. So I probably should have stated that as a site planning, not land use planning.
Correct.
But, yeah, site planning. Okay.
Mhm.
Another is, which I didn't hear addressed, is how much of the repairs and, you know, on the smaller scale at least, how much of that has been taken inside as opposed to contracting out?
Oh,
We
yeah.
talked
So,
about that in the past, but not for some time.
yeah, so that's kind of like a project by project. We look at that. So, and our tipping point for that is if it's relatively minor, then we will have, and our facility staff from the AO, they're primarily focused on making sure that the AO stays in good operable condition. It's a great place for staff to go, but they also do work at the field facilities, and we will use them out at the residences as well for small projects. So we just look at that at a project by project basis, but anything big, like if you're painting a whole structure or new siding or new roof, we'll contract that out.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then regarding window replacement, Jane will know about this too. It's like, especially since we live in such a temperate climate, there are at a much less expensive cost. You can do interior, I think they're referred to oftentimes as interior storm windows, as opposed to replacing windows in historic structures. And they're seasonal and easy to put in and take out, and they're much less expensive and don't have an impact on a cultural resource. And I think that covers the rest of my questions. Maybe Jane can address that latter question.
Well, yeah, I'll just take that as a point. So, I was just giving examples. I don't know the details of our plan for the Title 24 improvements. So we'll provide that as an option. I am familiar as an Easterner with storm windows. They were usually just, in my home, just plastic that we tacked up to keep the wind from blowing through the windows. But yeah, so I will relay that to our staff, and Brendan Stewart looks like he wants to address it too as an option.
Yeah, as growing up in the Midwest, I was familiar with storm windows, but they were exterior and plastic and pretty unattractive. They've come a long way since then.
Yeah.
Good afternoon. 12 minutes past, but Brandon Stewart, Land and Facilities Manager, just to address your concerns, Director Holman. Usually what we do is that we perform an assessment on our structures to determine what their need is. So we'll have a full list of window replacements, HVAC replacements, roofing, insulation that we develop. That list we usually run through the planning department, and most specifically the historical resources division of the planning department, to make sure that it complies with our policy. So once we have checked those two boxes, then we'll move forward with developing a larger project that will require contract and board approval for the future for a larger project. Just to kind of circle back on what Brian had mentioned earlier about kind of the tipping point for facilities to do the work versus hiring a contractor, what we kind of look at internally is it depends on the size and the scope of the project. But what I usually look at as a rule of thumb is if it takes longer than a couple of days for our staff to perform the work, and those couple of days could be utilized to perform maintenance on other district facilities, we usually contract those types of jobs out. So a couple of days, anything beyond that is really beyond what my staff can perform. And so that's when we bring contractors in to do those larger projects.
So a couple of days for one person, or a couple of days for, 2-3 people, or,
The 2 staff that I currently have.
okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate the answers.
You bet.
Director Gleason, any questions? Director Riffle? Director Seer?
Just an oddball one on the Skyline office thing. If you're looking at possible construction, are we dealing with the fact that it's a 2-county site?
Yeah, that'll be a component. So everything was permitted previously in Santa Clara County, and we'd probably be looking at the same arrangement. Initial discussions were that there might be a setback from the county line, which would seem kind of silly, right? But that will be a consideration as we go through permitting and laying out the site.
All right. May I ask our general counsel a question? Is it okay to stop for lunch now?
You're the chair, President McNiven, so I'll defer to you and staff.
All right. I'm just concerned as to how much we have to do after lunch.
I'm going to turn to staff. Staff, where are we with the agenda and are we on time?
So I was just checking with the clerk. It might be good to just check for public comment.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to confirm, we do not have any. Wanted to confirm that. Thank you.
And then back on the agenda, where are we in terms of the agenda and time? Go to slide 3.
We're up to 3.
Oh, you want to go to slide 3? Gotcha.
Basically to remind us where we are on the agenda and what is
Yeah.
left.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we've completed all the CAP program, and it's lunchtime. Yeah.
Okay, so we are on time, I guess.
Well, we're just a little bit, 15 minutes behind time.
I just wondered if we need to reevaluate staff and resource capacity before lunch.
There we go. So yeah, so the schedule is lunch at 12. We're at 12:15, and then big rocks would be the next discussion.
Oh, okay,
Mhm.
fine. We will stop for lunch and we will reconvene in 22 minutes.
All right.
We are
So
15 minutes behind. That leaves that split that between shortened lunch and let's aim for 25 to 1. Thank you. Okay, our next item is to review and affirm or amend the proposed fiscal year 24-25 highest priority big rocks projects to further guide the organizational focus for the upcoming fiscal year. Is there a staff presentation?
There is, but I'm going to ask for some help to put it up the slide.
We're just having technical difficulties. Yes, please, Casey, can you come back?
Okay, as the slide goes up, I can start to talk about this particular item. So a while ago, back in I want to say it was 2016, 2017, we had identified, or maybe earlier than that, we had identified the concept of big rocks at that time. And that was because there were many competing interests and projects, and it became very difficult for staff to understand among all the projects, the 100+ projects, which ones were of the highest priority to the board. Because everything was being essentially identified and treated as a priority 1. Everything's priority 1. And so it just became very difficult once, when issues come up, like you have a staff vacancy or you have scheduling issues with a project or partnership issues and moving certain project elements forward, became very difficult to know and understand how to shift resources around to make sure that the highest priority projects were still moving forward at the same pace and not being impacted by these other external factors. And so we did that at that time. And in part, we did that because we had some very, very critical deadlines related to grand openings. And I want to say also probably grants. And two of the projects that came up as big rocks at that time, two of the ones that I can remember at this time, were the opening of the Mount Umunum Summit and also the opening of Western Bear Creek Redwoods. And one of the things, what that allowed us to do is, for example, it was all hands on deck on making sure those two projects were completed on time. And we were running up against some very, very definite deadlines, and time was approaching quickly, and we were shifting resources. We were even bringing field staff from Skyline area down to foothills to complement our foothill staff to make it all work and to complete all the tasks and project elements to make those two projects be done and done by in time. So fast forward to today, we're kind of in that spot again, where we have another big long list of projects, over 100 projects again. And we are, there are issues that keep coming up that affect our project schedules. Again, staff vacancies, staff turnover, permitting issues, partnership challenges, et cetera. And so one of the things that has been identified for this next round, and it might be something that we want to continue moving forward, is to really identify what are those highest priorities, so that not everything is identified or looked at as a priority one. Because if everything is a priority one, nothing is a priority one, really. And so what we've done, what I did, and then I worked with the executive team, was to really look at the entire project list and look also at the strategic plan goals and objectives that the board approved. And based on both the list and the goals and objectives, the big rocks that are shown here in the slide came up as major themes. And also the projects listed within these major themes were also identified as critical projects on critical paths. And so I'm presenting these to you for your consideration to confirm whether these are the right highest priority projects and themes, or if there's a reconsideration that you'd like to identify. So the big themes are projects related to climate resiliency and biodiversity. And there's a lot of work we're doing in this realm, but we've identified 5 specific projects to be part of those big rocks. And so under this theme, it would be the Highway 17 Wildlife Crossing, the Alma Road Newt Crossing, the Restoration Forestry Demonstration Project that we're pursuing for La Honda Creek, all of our wildland fire resiliency work, and there's many projects within that. And along with that is our IPM work, because it all ties together. And then the Santa Cruz Kangaroo Rat Habitat Management Plan. So it would be those particular 5 projects under this theme. The next theme is pretty much everything Purisima Creek Redwoods. There's a lot of work that's happening for that particular preserve. And many of these projects are on critical paths to move forward to the next stage of design, but also CEQA review and CEQA certification to get ready for eventual construction. And so that's the Purisima to the Sea Regional Trail. And as you know, we've done a lot of public engagement around many of these projects. The new Verde Road parking lot, the North Ridge parking expansion up at Skyline Boulevard, the Highway 35 trail crossing that would connect that North Ridge parking lot to the new SFPUC trail, the Irish Ridge habitat restoration work, which would be within the larger trail corridor that we're proposing to do. Repair of Persima Creek Road, which is a major FEMA funded project. It's multiple $1 million, if I have that correctly. It's one of our largest storm damage areas. And then the comprehensive use and management plan that would capture many of these projects within a use and management plan and the CEQA review process for that. The next theme is around public access and trails. And I know there's a little bit of overlap with Persima Creek Redwoods, but these are some other major public access and trail projects that are underway. The first one is to finish all the pieces that are left to open up Bear Creek Phase 2 trails, which is those trails nearest Highway 17 below Alma College. There's also moving forward with Bear Creek Stables repair, and I know that we're going to be bringing forward that item to the board for more information and consideration on proceeding with that project. There's the trail crossing for Highway 17. So that's the people crossing. Then there's the Hawthorns area plan to open the Hawthorns area to public access. And then the La Honda Creek Phase 2 trails and parking areas. The next theme is a sort of a catch-all theme title, asset management, and it relates to a number of various assets, facilities, structures, et cetera, that the district owns and that the district needs to maintain. So this includes the Hawthorns Historic Complex and the partnership work that we're developing for that site. All the various ag infrastructure improvements, the wells, fences, corrals, water improvements, our new radio system, which we're hoping to get most of that done in the next year, securing a coastal field office site, and then moving forward with the next phase of the SFO remodel project, our Skyline Field Office. And then finally, the next theme is everything related to FOSM implementation, these new set of recommendations that have come out from the Refresh project. And the ones that I've identified and listed here are the highest priority ones. That includes the new recruitments and onboarding of new staff, exploring the self-regulating authority, implementing new project management tools and trainings, obtaining those programmatic resource agency permits, completing our GIS master plan, and then the delegation of decision-making and approvals to expedite project delivery. So those are the ones that we've identified. And so now I turn it back to our board president for board discussion or questions, but these are the ones that seem to rise and bubble up to the very top. And again, this is to help myself as general manager, but also staff understand how to shift resources when we need to shift and what to make sure that we protect so that those projects continue to move forward without impacts.
I'm going to grab the mic first to ask you if you could give us some idea of, do we have the capacity for all these? Definitely.
Yes, these are all already built into the proposed CAP, the Capital Improvement and Action Plan. So they're already there. And we have resource loaded. Yeah. Yes, and we have resource loaded. So yes, however,
it's what gets left out.
Things shift throughout the year. Yes. You know, new opportunities come in, perhaps a new partnership opportunity for a land acquisition project that we had not envisioned originally, or we have a vacancy and that position was carrying 6 critical projects and now we have to shift and we have to figure out what do we shift and what can we defer. Or other issues come up throughout the year because it's nothing's static, right? And so if you approve these big rocks, these are the ones that we would protect for sure. Not to say that the other ones all go away, no. But of all the projects, these we make sure continue on the trajectory that we have set in terms of the scope and the schedule.
So this is not your max capacity?
No, no.
Gotcha. All right. Other questions from the board? Director Kishimoto.
Thank you. Well, so I would suggest one change, which is under public access and trails. I mean, I think the board and staff have been spending an inordinate amount of time on the Bear Creek stables and the repair, but I don't think it's because it's board policy priority. I think it's because it, has presented a lot of problems for the district. So I wouldn't say that it's a big rock. It's something, I mean, if we're sued and we have to deal with it, we need to deal with it. But, and actually in its place, I mean, I would either keep the Bear Creek Preserve, the parking, the staging. I guess you have the trails, but you could put the staging or I would put something related to Rancho San Antonio. There's like 4 or 5 projects related to Rancho San Antonio public access, and by far it's the highest public access. I mean, it's by far the most visited preserve. So that's my suggestion.
Great.
Done? Yeah.
Director Ripple.
Thank you. So I want to come back and comment on Director Kishimoto's, but before I do, you used the example of Mount Umunhum, Anna, and I just remember it was pretty clear to all of staff that you basically dropped just about everything to get Mount Umunhum done. Timing reasons, legacy reasons, or whatever you want to call it, but that made it, I think, pretty clear. And I would say there was one big rock that we had. I like the concept of this, but there's 32 big rocks here. And I'm not, I mean, that's like 25% of our total list, right? So to me, this is big and medium rocks kind of mixed together. So, so I think actually we need to do a little bit of breaking this down. To me, sorry, the bad pun, but we need to, I think, get this down to like maybe 4 or 5, not 30 something. So, and I don't know if we want to do this now or if that's even helpful. Maybe I should ask the question, is that helpful for staff, for us to even help you go even further down?
We could go further. I guess I'm going to turn to the board and ask if you feel you can narrow it down to just 3 or 4. If that's the case, then what I could say is I can come back to you with that proposed list.
Or, but then but my question though is, what is most useful for staff? Is it better for you to have a list of 4 or 5, or is it, no, that's fine. This is flexible. We can deal with 30 something, and then that makes our job easy, if you will, except for the 1s or 2s or 3s that that we might want to tweak here and there. But when I saw this list, I thought that's a lot of big rocks. Not quite sure.
Reducing it to a smaller list is always helpful because it narrows it down.
Yeah.
I could tell you from Mount Umunhum, during that time, Mount Umunhum was such a beast of a project.
Right.
In terms of where it was, and what was left to do to get it done.
Yeah.
I'm not sure these projects, any individual project in here quite matches, that level, but
I get that.
but nonetheless, narrowing it down obviously narrows down our focus to just to a few select projects that we can make sure continue forward with no impact.
Yeah. So rather, I mean, I've got my candidates for the 4 or 5, but rather than go through that process, I guess I would love to hear from my colleagues, but I definitely wanted to hear from you. So that would be one thing that maybe we can talk about. But I would like to comment though back on Director Kishimoto's comment about Bear Creek Stables. Well, I think that if we were to start all over again, if you will, would that make the list of big rocks? I would probably agree with you, but we are where we are. You know, we've got a challenge there, and if you will, we've deferred that for decades, and I think we have. To me, I would say keep it on here because of that deferral, because of the challenges that we have there, and because of, I think, some big decisions that we need to make there. So, so on that specific one, that would be my view of it. So I'll stop there.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, one thought I had to Director Riffle's comment is, I think Mount Umunhum was also multiple things. So maybe the comparison is more like 1 to 5 here, right? That if I look at Purisma Creek, those projects together, that might be something more like what we were doing at Mount Umunhum. So and you know, it was a smaller organization, so there is more capacity now. I'm not sure the 1 to 32 comparison is exactly what I would look at. But the question that I would have about this is really, do you have a sense of what percentage of organizational effort would be taken up by this, right? Because that gives you a sense of how much flexibility do you have, right? If push comes to shove, you know, if this were taking up 90% of our capacity, then that seems like too little flexibility, right? But if this is maybe 65% of our capacity, then that seems like there's quite a bit of flexibility. And maybe we're just maybe shifting exactly what we mean by big rocks, but that would still leave a lot of leeway to work with these as highest priorities, right?
You know, I would say that it's probably more equal to about 30% of our capacity. And I'd have to go back and really confirm that amount, but I'm looking at it based on also the other list of projects that we have, because I think we have a total of 115, is that right? 119 projects in total. And so, and we're talking about the entire district. We're talking about all staff and all departments. And so this is a subset of that, right?
Yeah, I think it's definitely a smaller subset of number of projects, right? But a lot of these are also pretty big projects, right? So anyway, I think my comfort level would be more around not so much the number of things, but the how much flexibility is there to act as though these are the things we're definitely going to get done. And if you feel like there's enough flexibility there, then I would be comfortable with it, I think.
Yeah, it's all of these projects, pretty much many of them, I'm looking at the whole list, they involved more than just one department or just a handful of staff. I mean, they all hit a lot of people, whether it's, for example, similar to the Sea Regional Trail, that's definitely planning as leading the effort, but there's a lot of coordination and consultation that they have with natural resources, with land and facilities, because they're going to be the eventual caretaker of the trail, with visitor services, who will be doing patrol and enforcement. And then there's obviously coordination with finance and budget to track the budget, et cetera. There's a lot of coordination with the GMO's office and general counsel's office when legal issues, agreements, contracts, et cetera, come up. So it just, all these have a ripple effect. And so I guess I go back to, I can certainly narrow down the list, but again, it's the goal is to identify those projects that no matter what happens, these stay and they stay at the pace that we've identified. They don't get deferred for sure, but they also don't get delayed. And if for some reason, I don't know, if for some reason Cody, who's maybe in natural resources, who is assigned to support that project, doesn't have the capacity to do that, we make sure that someone else in the NR team takes that on instead, even if that means that another project that's not on the list gets delayed a bit. So that's the way we would manage these set of projects, is these keep running regardless of the issues and the impacts that come before us. These are the ones that continue to move forward at the pace that we've set.
And you feel like there's enough capacity currently allocated to the other projects that we can do that, right? And keep these ones on track.
Given everything else and all the other projects and the support that everyone provides to the other projects, I believe that's the case. I can double check that to make sure, but just knowing all the other projects that are on the list and the interdependencies and interdepartmental support that happens on those other projects, it feels like there's flex there to ensure these keep going.
Okay, thanks.
Director Holman, are you interested in commenting? Okay, I know how not, first off, I'm really impressed with how much Midpen can take on and finish. And I've always put that down to a good FOSM, you know, the FOSM setting the base for the way staff can handle projects. So one thing when I'm trying to sort out in my life what I wanted to do is, it's kind of nice to cross things off the list. So these are projects I think that you left on here because they're not going to be crossed off anytime soon. So that's why when I asked my original question is there still capacity, and it sounds like there is, to do things like to demolish a cabin that needs to be demolished. You know, there's little jobs that you can cross off your list. That's how I would approach it. And if you can handle all this stuff just fine without there being a disaster of some sort, like the last 2 years, you've had a lot extra on your plate. You've had fires, you've had storms. And so in theory, without those, there'll be more staff time left for these 119 projects. Maybe we don't have to worry too much about our big rocks, how many are on here, but maybe having this list, which is important to you, staff. Yeah, these are staff generated projects. Yeah.
Well, these are all part of the list of the CIAP. And
yes,
so
I understand.
They're the ones that we've identified as those that you might want to consider as the highest priorities.
Yeah.
And so that the question is, are we getting it right? And then two, what I could do is I can come back, because we're going to be going back to the ABC, to the Action Plan Budget Committee.
Right.
We can evaluate these again, confirm that that there aren't any changes that we should recommend beyond what's already here, and then bring that to ABC for their review too, which will go back to the board eventually come May and June as well. But this is the concept that we're bringing back to you again, because it seemed to work well back then. And there is always, I have to say that there are questions that come up about priorities when we need to shift. And it is hard to decide, because again, everything's a one, you know, everything's important depending on who you talk to. Everything is important for one reason or another. So this just helps us focus a bit more.
Yeah. I mean, if you wanted me to put 1s, 2s, and 3s beside these, you know, but I don't want to take anybody's time. But some of them are more important than even in this list. And like Director Kishimoto's comment about the stables, it is a hard one. but is it worthy of our time in the event of an emergency that's taking staff away from these projects? Does that make sense? Yeah, Director Kishimoto.
Well, I mean, given this discussion, I would support the general manager's offer to kind of maybe hone this down a little bit. Like I don't think it's 4 or 5, but might be just reducing it a little bit to even. But and then working with ABC and then bringing it back to the board, I'm fine with that.
If it's only 30% of our capacity, I'm fine with even leaving them all there. I think that's what you said, right? Right. Okay, let's say 50% just to give you some wiggle room. I think these are all good projects. How about my colleagues? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, just, I don't think I'm in a different place than I was before, but I don't think we're necessarily saying these are all the same priority, right? You could determine different priorities within these. It's really a question of what is the set of things that we're going to really try and make sure we get done this year. So if there really is that, enough flexibility and capacity to make sure that we get these things done, then I think I'm totally okay with it, unless there's really something else that should have come on the list in place of something here, right? And at least I don't have anything in particular that I would switch, but I don't see a compelling need to take something off either if the capacity is there.
I mean, none of these are going to be finished at the end of the year anyway.
No, this would be for the scopes that we've
This would be-
identified for this
yeah,
year, right?
Yeah. Director Riffle.
Yeah, actually, that goes to one of the questions I had, Anna. So how are you going to score this at the end of the year? That this was a good selection or that we've made good progress on the big rocks?
Well, one way to determine whether we were able to keep the scopes as planned is to basically reevaluate, did we accomplish those scopes as we had set them at the start of the year? Were we successful in doing that? And so that would let us know whether, we were able to stay true to meeting the intent of this exercise, which was to make sure that we retain the capacity to move those scopes forward and get those done for the year.
So let me try to repeat what
Or
I
maybe
think I
those are
heard.
the questions.
So right now, we're kind of holding your feet to the fire to make progress on all 119. I mean, right? That's
That's
one of the
true.
things we look at
Yeah.
is how did we do with those 119? But we're adding now another criteria is to say, oh, thank you very much, but now let's look at the big rocks. How did you do? And in fact, to me, that would be, I think, to me, that might even be a more important question of if these are priority, how did we do? How did we do on these?
Right.
I mean, would you be prepared?
No, that's true. Yeah, that is true because these are the highest priority projects.
Because that's one way we should look at this is to say, at the end of the year, we want to see if we made progress, it better have been on these, or there should be a good reason not, right?
Mhm.
So, okay, so that's kind of one question. The other observation is if I look at our strategy, if I look at our mission, there's one area that's kind of missing, and that's protect. Now, I understand that that's kind of hard to predict, but that makes me a little bit nervous because for me, that's, I think, one of the most important things that we do. So I'd love to hear, anyhow, your thoughts on that. If I think about what it is we do, to me, the most important thing is to protect and preserve. All right. I mean, you guys may have different priorities, but to me, that's my number one. And I think if I look at our mission, everything else is pretty well covered on here, but the protect and preserve is not. So in El Mirador, or if an important property transaction comes up, as far as I'm concerned, drop everything and go after that. But it's not on the list. And that
True.
category is not on the list. I would be concerned.
True. And I think that's reflective of that these land acquisition opportunities are speculative to some degree in terms of we don't have control of the timing
Right.
of when those can get done. And so we are moving forward with those. We could have like an asterisk for land acquisition work, but it's hard to confirm that we're going to accomplish the scope of work that we've set for the year because there's so many factors out of our control to get those projects done. Even down to lot line adjustments with the county, although we've made great milestone, I mean, we've moved forward, but there's still a lot of questions as to when those pieces of the purchase are going to be able to get done through the county. So I think that's why those weren't identified specifically, but we could put an asterisk for land acquisition projects in general to make sure that those keep moving forward. They will. It's not to say that they're not. It's just I was also looking at kind of level of certainty in getting that work done.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah, because the other uncertain thing is climate, wildfires, storms, that would also affect staff time. So the possibility of a new acquisition could come into that same category, or emergencies can come into the same category as land acquisitions.
Mhm.
Yeah, yeah.
It's almost like an external rock, right? It's like this avalanche that comes in.
Big external rocks.
Yeah, the external rock is a good one is a good one is a land opportunity.
Land opportunity.
And then another might be fire, might be some other disaster.
Yeah.
Yeah, unknown rock.
Shapeless rock.
President McNiven, Director Holman has her hand raised.
Director Holman.
Yeah, I may have a little bit different perspective, but I appreciate the question about protect and preserve. I appreciate that very much. So to me, protect is land acquisitions. Preserve is, that's what we're doing by acquiring land, but it also has to do with, if it's fires or, they're just lands, creek restoration and that sort of thing, habitat restoration, which is a broad category, not a specific thing that would go on this list necessarily, but it is a category that does seem to be underplayed, if you will, if not not included. So that's my plug for protect and preserve.
Thank you.
So I guess I would again say, would the board be willing to have me continue working on this concept, refining it, and then bringing that to ABC? To then have the ABC look at it, potentially refine it some more, and then bring it forward to the board as part of the CAP and budget approval process. And I say that because I know there's a lot of, as you can tell, it's hard to identify priorities. But yeah.
If I could just, as a member of ABC, and think, oh crap, it's coming our way. I got to do this. But I guess I could use some clarification, because I'm feeling a split in the board here. Because some of us are saying, we could probably, I'm being radical with the 4 or 5. I think I'm hearing Director Kishimoto say, we can probably reduce that down a little bit. I think I'm hearing the other two saying we're fine with the way it is. So I could use some clarification if you're taking it our way.
I would say give me a little another run at this. Let me see if there's any other refinement that I need to make, and I'll bring this back again to the executive team and to the management team. work on it some more if it needs some more work, and then bring that to ABC.
I'm fine with that. Oh, it's
Yeah.
easy for you to say yes. You're not.
I'm not on ABC. But I think it's a great job that you took a stab at
Yeah,
it.
yeah.
Because that's important.
I have another point, but I want to let Director Gleason jump in.
Oh, yeah. Okay. And then you're off to Director Gleason.
Yeah, just to the point that Director Riffle and others brought up about the unknowns, right? There's something about opportunities there. I think, maybe we can just acknowledge that that's there and then again, test it against the flexibility. So for example, if a big land acquisition opportunity came up, would we have the flexibility to still achieve these big rock objectives, right? And at least to some extent, similar thing with with fire or storms. Would that flexibility be there? Do we think we could still stick to this plan? I think it would be good at least to acknowledge that possibility then.
You done?
Excuse me. Well, I can follow what Director Gleason was just saying. My sense was this was the first cut it's on.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Is that better? Oh, okay. Then you get feedback. So I will speak a little louder away from the mic and hopefully that will work. Did that help?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay. No, and I appreciate that because the movement back and forth to the mic is often problematic. So my sense is that this is the first cut at trying to establish a framework for staff to make choices on the fly that they have to. And I think it's an excellent beginning. It's pretty overwhelming when you think about it. If these are the big rocks, there must be a whole bunch of little ones floating around somewhere because that people are working on. So I see this as a trial run. And so I'm asking staff to be able at some stage to come back with it and say, how successful was it? Did it help? Or are we still in a process of trying to do 113 things at once? So I'm fine with it at this stage. And I understand the committee's nervousness about having to try and do this all just in the committee. So I hope that helps.
Thank you. You get Director Riffle.
Yeah, that's right. I'm not done yet. Yeah. So after my lecture on too many of them, there's one that isn't included that was brought up earlier by Director Kishimoto, which I actually agree with at the start of our meeting. We have throughout at least 3 or 4 areas of our strategic plan about a regional presence or a regional impact or regional leadership. And I guess my question is, I mean, that's a broad category of where can we do that, or we could have very specific things of what are we doing in here. But, and maybe this is what you were getting at, Director Kishimoto, earlier. I think it's, in fact, goal 1, goal 2, goal 3, objective 1, 1, 3, whatever. It's not, I don't know that we're necessarily doing anything different, even though every December we talk about having regional leadership or regional impact. And so if it's not on a list somewhere, if it's not called out somewhere, then it's not going to get done. And I'm not sure I see it on here.
Well, let me, and I'm gonna ask, because a lot of this falls with natural resources. I guess it depends on how you define that regional leadership, because there are a number of things, and actually even GIS in many different ways, we are leading the way in many different ways. it's, maybe we're not identifying it as as a specific project under that category, but for example, our mountain lion research. This is the first time, as I understand it, where any research entity is working on collecting scientifically valid information around mountain lion, both the mountain lion population and behavior related to humans, and for us, visitation. It doesn't exist, which is why we pursued it. We're in the middle of a 5-year research project, and we just completed year 3. We are leading the way in that regard. We're also leading the way in terms of so much of our GIS application work and how the level of data and detailed data that we're collecting, but how we're also utilizing that in analysis and in how we're sharing that information with the public and with our partners. A lot of people are now actually coming to us because they know we're the ones that have this fine-grained level of data that is helping others make land management decisions. And I feel like those are the two that right away came to mind. But there are others that are there. We're just not categorizing them as leadership projects, but they are in their own right. But I don't know, Kirk, if you want to add.
Yeah, not to dive too deep into the weeds of my work program, but you're right. What the general manager had stated regarding kind of every project that we're working on has a component to it that is a strong partnership with either another land management agency or with academic researchers, some kind of scientific interface, and a larger regional perspective. That's just how we approach our work, and that's how you end up with the best product. I think that one thing we might be able to do is to maybe what we pull together in this CF is we have another page that speaks to kind of that, regional impact or regional component of some of the big projects that we're working on, or I don't know if it is merely just these big rocks, but I certainly could pull, a dozen of our major work efforts that we're doing in natural resources. And there are interesting regional components of all of that work that wouldn't be too hard for us to just kind of describe for you. So you had some vision in that. But yeah, it's true. It's not a discrete project that we list that lends itself, I guess, to a description in the CAP, how we lay it out, because it is embedded into all that project work that we do. So that's just one thought on how we might capture some of that information and convey it to you.
Director Sear.
Just a couple of things. We're a small agency and we have limited resources, but one of the things I was thinking about this is all of those things that you mentioned have a big impact in the larger resource management community. But perhaps one of the elements that could be improved in that, let me get away from the microphone, is the public awareness of those leadership elements. It's someone interested in GIS, for example, becomes aware of all the data that's been collected and aggregated, and a huge tool that's fantastic. I mean, just a sense of, well, if you're going to go fight a fire, check with Midpen, because they can tell you with a map where you got to be careful. But who knows that? We know it, but is it known well enough? That's the kind of thing I'm thinking of in terms of the leadership role in the larger environmental community. Thank you.
So we actually do a lot of collaboration with all of the agencies around. And so they just did a GIS summit with all the local agencies. And then we also collaborate with CAL FIRE. So everyone is clear on what we have. We opened an open data portal, so we share all our data layers out. And then we're also doing a public engagement process through the GIS strategic plan that we're presenting to you in a couple weeks as well. So yeah, we're doing a lot of that. Yeah.
Well, I don't know. Yeah, I was trying to put my finger on. I mean, it's not as if we're and yes, and well, first of all, I really want to acknowledge, the fantastic work that staff does, and we're really proud of you all. And actually, we're not as small organization as we used to be. I mean, we kind of forget how big we've gotten actually. So, so we and also I'm kind of missing the role of the Open Space Council has become a Bay Area, but there's still not that there's still not that regional voice for just the regional conservation issues or like for example we were just talking about the burns the prescribed burns, right? And who's kind of going to kind of bang heads together to make sure that we do what we need to do for long-term sustainability, and who. So in a way, I still sense kind of a vacuum. I mean, I think that like in the world of journalism, the Bay Nature is a really fantastic magazine. They have great articles. But I still feel there's kind of a vacuum in a regional voice for conservation and kind of what we do for climate change and resilience and biodiversity and such. So, no, I guess we're not going to solve it today, but it's I mean, it may be part of what you think about for the rocks.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, just I don't know if this relates to the Big Rocks discussion or not, but just when Director Kishimoto was speaking earlier about the biodiversity symposium and this discussion now, when Kirk was speaking about the things that we're doing, a lot of the information is there, right? The information that you would present, the people, the experts are there. If the forum was there, it might not be that high an overhead to get that information out, right? So I'm wondering, rather than MidPen trying to organize something, is there a way, is there some partner where, I don't know how quickly you could get these things going, but yeah, could we find that partner and then maybe fund them if necessary? Could we do it in a way that doesn't require MidPen to pull the whole thing together, right? But then we can get the information out. We can, meet the partners and transfer the information and so forth.
I mean, if we have board direction to prioritize that, I think there are partners. We would probably look first to the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network to see, and it would have to come with a significant funding effort to do it. But to see if they would want to put on a symposium. Keep in mind, we are one of the larger organizations in the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network. And as a member, we would still have to be a big share of that commitment. So we would still have to look at taking something else off. As far as the overall leadership, discussion, I do think, just over the last 5-10 years, we have, in response to our strategic goals, taken a much bigger leadership. I don't think in the past, we would have ever taken on the Alamo Road newts. It has really very little to do, except that the newts, end up on a little bit of our property, but a lot on other property. Even the Highway 17 crossing, we're probably one of the first public agencies is dipping the toe into the restoration forestry. So just a lot of projects. Jane and I are working on the state of the trails. both of us go to all those meetings, at least I do most of the time. And so we're probably a bigger commitment in that and the biggest financial contribution as well. So we're definitely taking a leadership role as far as that particular aspect of doing a symposium. If there's more direction, we could look at partnership efforts in that regard. We also are bringing back the Restoration Open House, which is a small component of that our Natural Resources Department. If you remember, we were going to do it in November and we had a power outage here, so we couldn't do it. So that'll be coming back in the spring. But I would say that, I'm very happy with our leadership component right now. Biodiversity Symposium could be part of that. But we would have to definitely look at the action plan. And as I mentioned earlier, probably the first poll would be the science panel, because you could even maybe get them involved in that as well. But there would be probably other impacts that were more scope and schedule impacts to other projects.
Is that okay? Okay, I was just going to say this idea of either the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network, or I think like Bay Nature. They just became, they're a fantastic group for the whole Bay Area, and I think they would actually do a fantastic job pulling it together too. But they don't have the resources. So yes, if we can contribute to that, I think that's worth considering. But in some way, maybe it's. Yeah, maybe when we send this back to, I know we still have to talk about the symposium, but if there's board support to at least ask staff to, put it in your thinking caps and see what ideas you can come back with.
In addition to all this?
That's like the trade-offs, right? We'd be looking to take off.
Yeah. Okay. Do you feel that you've got the information you need to go forward with?
I think so. I think we covered everything on the parking lot. Is that correct?
Okay. Are there any public comments?
We do not have any.
Great. So if I've got this right, we're at the point where we have to have a motion and a vote. Yes, I think it says on my piece of paper, motion, second, roll call vote.
Yeah, so we put up the general manager's recommendation.
Yes, there it is. Perfect. Any offers for a motion?
So I want to be respectful of also Director Holman, since.
Oh.
Okay.
She's
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Good. I think we've overall. I think I'd rather have a little bit of a discussion before we go to a motion. I'm glad to make
sorry,
a
I thought
motion.
we'd had a
Well, we had a
discussion
discussion about a topic.
about a
This is
topic.
topic. This is a
Okay.
discussion about the
Sure.
general manager's recommendation. First of all, as usual, I'm very pleased with staff. This took a lot of work. Thank you for pulling this together. And it was to me, it was a very logical and straightforward extension to the December work. So, which is what we asked you to do. Number one. Number two, thank you for not going through all 119 and really highlighting the projects. So I felt that was very helpful. And I also felt it was very helpful to be able to answer our questions on our pet projects or questions that we had. So I think that worked out well. I think that these discussions we had either around the parking lot topics or some of these others were helpful. Although I think at the end of the day, I'm not sure it changed anything major here. And so that's why I wanted to have this discussion. I'm kind of sensing it's falling into the category of hopefully staff learned from our discussion and can incorporate that going forward. I think the only takeaway though was to take another cut at the big rocks which ABC would then work with Anna and staff, which would then be brought back, I guess, to the board for, well, do you need approval of it, or do you, what do you want?
Probably affirmation.
Affirmation
Yeah.
at the time of the budget approval?
Mhm.
Okay. So that, if anything, that would be the only change that we might have, kind of in our, at least that I heard. The other topics to me were more almost advisory and information type discussion that I hope staff would take into account. So
The only thing
that's-
would be if you wanted to give us direction to try to fit in the symposium, then we would, I don't think we would need to return to the board, but we would try to prepare something, see what the possibilities were for ABC.
That sounds fine. I'm gonna leave it up to my colleagues now to
And the other thing, just because we didn't touch it on the parking lot, I don't think we have room for Teak-Hill, but that would be the, if you wanted to add it, but we would have to move major projects off for Teak-Hill. Yeah. Yeah, it would require a major preserve planning effort.
Yeah, yeah, and it's the town of Woodside. Yeah.
Comment? Well, Teak-Hill, I mean, it would be nice, but yeah, it's not, to me, it's not important to the region, and Mid-Penn is at least considering the symposium. And so I wonder if if the rest of my board agrees, to ask staff to consider that as their reconsideration of the big rocks, because it sounds like if we take it on, it would, I assuming it'd be a big rock.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or a medium rock anyways.
Well, it might be a medium rock, but it would definitely impact the workload. Yeah.
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 So, yeah, so it would be, I don't know if you want to include it as part of the motion, but to, maybe when we're looking at number 3, just to add that further, direct staff to consider the possibility of adding a biodiversity / science symposium to into the work plan for the next 2 years anyways. I'm kind of disappointed it's not been there for even 3 years. Bring it back to the board as part of the budget, final budget, and bring it to ABC, I suppose, and then back to the board.
Let me take Director Sears' comments and then I have one.
I think I'm more comfortable with the way it was presented. I'm not, that seems like a huge lift and really changes the weight in the apple cart. So I'm not in favor of adding a symposium component at this stage. I think the idea is good, but I have a sense of the amount of effort it would require. And I'm more focused on the ones that were presented to us for today's discussion.
Yeah, I think it's a wonderful idea. I just don't think we're ready for that yet. And if you would,
the next 3
but you have
years.
certainly planted the seed. Oh, I see. You want this to be 0, 0, and then some money for the 3rd year?
Oh, 2nd year, actually, yeah.
2nd year? Nah.
We've been talking about it for 3 years. Yeah.
It's not a brown bag lunch. It's a little more than that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm neutral. Director Gleason.
Yeah, I think right now we have that item in there for the science panel, right? So that's at least one place that this could get some sort of foothold. And like you say, it's not necessarily a 1-for-1 replacement. It might take replacing something else. But I think it would be good to at least get some idea of what could be there, whether it's in 26 or another year. And it's basically this idea of regional leadership, right? And biodiversity symposium is is one possibility. Maybe there are other possibilities as well.
Yeah,
But-
and I would mention the science panel is definitely leadership too.
Yeah.
However you feel about the decision the board made on e-bikes, I think we have the best e-bike analysis and report in the nation. And that was the science panel and the hard work of staff.
Okay, with all of that said, I'm sensing probably not a support for a specific symposium at this time. So I'll make a general manager's recommendation. I'll make a motion to approve the general manager's recommendation as it is.
Thank you.
And the other thing I would just mention on 3, because I didn't want to interrupt because you're talking about the action plan, but there was a suggestion about switching out projects on the big rocks. But I just want to make sure that that's not a further discussion item now. And that was Bear Creek Stables and a project at Rancho. That
Actually, I'm
Director
glad you brought that up, Brian,
Kishimoto
because I
brought-
think we did hear a specific request is for ABC to work with Anna to refine bigger. Thank you.
Right,
To
and
refine
that I
specs.
think we could probably just take as board direction within or you could add it to the general manager's recommendation. But I just wanted to make sure
Yeah.
that we had a discussion on number 3.
Yeah.
Maybe
You
we should
mean whether
specifically-
the board wants to take out the Bear Creek Stables as a big priority?
Right, and
Yeah.
and you had mentioned adding in a Rancho San Antonio project.
We're going to add it back in. It's
Um,
by far the.
Or you could just leave the general direction that we reevaluate the staff capacity and, if it leaves very low staff capacity, maybe we trim it, bringing it back to ABC.
Yeah. I mean, I was going to be happy with leaving it to the staff and ABC to relook at the big rocks. And, frankly, hoping the stables would drop off. But, and then I'll get a chance to vote on it when it comes back. And then, I was going to ask if we can vote on these, 3 separately, because actually, I mean, I do feel pretty strongly about the symposium. So I'm probably going to either propose an amendment to 3, or if there's no support, then I'll have to vote no.
And just for clarity, item 2, we don't have to, item 2, we didn't change because it comes with item 1, right? The staff capacity.
Yeah, so
is
I would actually, if you were proposing to add a symposium to the capital improvement and action plan, I would say that's an amendment of 1 and
require 2 to.
and
be
then
amended.
we're required 2, but you could amend it to that we could just we could go back to ABC because it's not as big as something else you might suggest where we would really need a full board discussion if that's your direction.
Okay.
Because I don't necessarily see it as a big rock. It would be adding a project to the action plan.
So there's actually, maybe I don't know why, so it's 2 things. One is to add a symposium to a number 1, and then number 3 is, take Bear Creek Redwoods. Well, ABC is going to work with it, Big Rock. So yes, okay, I see what you mean. Okay, so I would make an either motion.
Director Riffle has made a motion.
Oh, is
but
that right?
are we
Okay.
going to-
Okay.
I made the motion as the general manager's recommendations. That was not seconded.
I see.
Was not seconded.
So
so we-
there's a motion, there's a motion. Oh, now there's a second.
Okay. So with that, can I make an amendment, which would be to add a project to do a biodiversity / science symposium sometime in the next 3 years. Yeah.
Sorry.
I'll second that one.
Any discussion or?
I just have a question, and I hate it when I see this, but I'm going to suggest it. is it is to do it or to consider it? Because
To do.
to do it.
I would say to do it, yeah.
Okay, I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Okay.
And we have 3 years. Yeah, we've been talking about it 5 years. Yes.
Okay.
Is it on the big rocks then? Do we have to amend? it?
No, this would be just added as a.
Just add it as a project. Okay.
Right.
Okay, I'm all right with that.
So before I vote on that, I have a question then for Brian. I'll ask you or ask Anna. So the impact would be if we were to do that within the next 3 years, then something might have to come off.
Yeah, so I think immediately we would probably take the science panel off, right?
Yeah.
So that removes the option for the board to.
You don't know yet, right? 'Cause you're going to go back and.
Oh, well, you're right. We would go back and evaluate it. I just see that as the most equivalent. Plus, I think the science panel, the consultants could potentially help us with the symposium. So it does seem like a good match for replacement, but you're right. We would evaluate the whole action plan. And as the general manager was mentioning earlier, it might have further reaching impacts on Natural Resources Department support. We would probably at least do some initial outreach to see that partnership idea, if that could do some of the workload, but wouldn't have it fully baked for ABC. Right. So we would come back to ABC with it on the action plan and propose changes to other projects. Most likely, I would think that taking off the Science Advisory Panel.
The other thing that I would add is, since we're going to be looking at the 3-year CAP, chances are that there's the greatest likelihood to include it in either years 2 or 3, as opposed to the next immediate year.
Yeah.
So that's what we'd probably be looking at as well.
Which is where the Science Advisory Panel is slated for right now, is 2 and 3.
And maybe a little extra verbiage about the outcomes that we would like to see. You know, I mean, a symposium sounds great, but why do you want one? What do you expect to learn?
Yeah, I mean, I think we would, if it became a project, we would develop the scope for it too.
President McNevin, I'm sorry. Director Holman has her hand up.
Director Holman.
Yes, thank you. One procedural thing. Kurt made the motion. Was there a second to the motion
Jed.
to approve the general manager's recommendation?
He seconded.
Director Sierra seconded.
Seconded.
Okay, so Director Sear had seconded it. Okay, and then is there possible to see the language of the amendment that Director Kishimoto is proposing, and then has Director Riffle and Director Sear accepted that amendment? I'm just trying to track everything here.
It's another motion, so it doesn't really matter if I accept it or not.
Well, it's an
amendment if you accept.
It's an amendment, so you could accept it if you so choose.
I know that's no on this one. Anyways, yeah.
I want it to be voted as a separate.
Okay.
You want the symposium to be voted separately?
Yeah, Maria, did you write that down, or you want me to try to recreate it? Yeah. Okay.
But it says review and affirm or amend.
So Director Coleman, just for clarity, we're going to vote on Director Kishimoto's motion separately. Amendment.
Okay, and can somebody please clarify what the motion is? Because there's been a lot of chatter around it. So I just want to make sure I'm clear.
The clerk is working on that.
Great, thank you.
So are we ready to?
Oh, yeah, she's going to repeat that motion.
I thought we weren't changing this, but we are. Okay.
What's a proposed amendment?
Potentially.
Proposed it's a
Kurt wants to vote
amendment
separately on the
number
amendment.
1.
Well, you're not going to vote separately.
We have a motion in front of us that she's. No. It's a separate motion.
Oh, I see. Oh, let me see, Maria. Yeah, actually, separate them. Well, maybe because there's the main motion that they made, and then mine is an amendment, I believe. So my amendment.
The way it's
goes,
written,
then it
an
would be an
amendment is fine. I agree with Maria.
Oh, and the project. Oh, sorry.
Director Ripple, you wanted to.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah,
this,
it kinda makes
Did
it
you
a
want to
subs-
amend or did
think-
you want to separate?
I
don't
think
know,
this is, would
this
be
could be a
considered
sub-
a
this could be a
substitute if it's
motion.
not accepted by the mover of the main motion. So that if there's a motion and a second on the original recommendation
Mhm.
and your amendment is not agreed to by the mover, then you've made a separate motion and that was seconded, and that we would vote on this one first, the substitute motion first. And then if that doesn't pass, we go back to the original recommendation. Is that what everyone was
Yeah,
hoping to
I
accomplish?
was thinking of the other direction.
so can I add that the wording on this seems awkward to me? Wouldn't it be review and amend the proposed fiscal year 2024-25 amend by adding a project to add biodiversity symposium? I'm not sure why on that first line words are struck. Thank you. Would be review and amend and
To include
yeah, to include, yeah.
project.
So then at the beginning, it would say review and affirm the proposed fiscal year. So the and or amend would come out up there and then get an amend. Okay. And do you have a second to that, Yoriko?
Yes,
Well,
Dr. Gleason.
Yeah.
I seconded it.
Second.
Okay, very good. Very good. Thank you.
Are you happy?
I want to make sure what we're voting on.
Yeah.
here.
Apparently
It's
this.
confused. Okay. So we're doing the addition first and then the original.
So I guess, Hillary, can you explain again one more time?
My parliamentary procedure cheat sheet says that the amended motion is voted on first. And if that doesn't pass, we go back to the original motion. Is that, everyone understands that the first vote would be on this?
Yeah.
The language that's up on the screen.
Yeah.
So
What we're voting on, I think, Director Holman, is what you see in front of you, which is what Director Kishimoto motioned and Director Gleason seconded. That's my understanding of what we're about to vote on.
So if we're voting on 1 and 2 together, number 2 seems again awkward because if we're voting on number 1 and 2 together, is that the case? We're voting on 1 and 2 together, are we?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Then under number 2, the words if amended don't apply.
Right.
Because if one passes, then obviously it is amended. And then direct the general manager.
Okay.
Okay.
Yoriko's your.
Sorry to confirm. I'm sorry to confirm, is it going back to the full board or is it going to ABC first? Where it
I
says to
think
return
that's
to
the
the
big
full
rocks
board.
discussion.
That's the third recommendation, isn't it?
Oh, it's okay. We didn't see that on our screen. Okay.
And I just to make clear, it would be our intention, unless we had to make really dramatic changes to the action plan, that we would go to ABC. So we'd be utilizing this language, if needed, return to the full board. If you're not comfortable with that, you can ask us to return to the full board or amend it to ABC committee. But that would be our intent at this point.
So the black writing on number 3 is a little redundant. Yes.
I was just adding it as we were talking, so I had it
Yes.
deleted.
Yeah.
it
Okay.
yet.
I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. Sorry, we're running along on this, but I think it's important. So
Yes.
can I ask a question
Yes.
before we vote on this?
Yeah.
Because we have a motion in a second. What is front of us? So this, Kirk, I'm going to come back to you because it was really your group that said, you know what, we don't have time to do this. So, and it's going to be you that's going to say, well, this is what we're not going to do. So I guess, well, if you would like to help me understand that thought process, or if you'd like to say, not right now, we'll get back to you. So I'm just a little sensitive because I see a very full plate. So something's going to have to come off. And boy, I like everything that's on that plate.
Yeah,
Except the science panel, I understand the trade-off. But
Yep.
so-
Agreed. And thank you for the question. And I like everything we do. I like everything that didn't make it that's on the cutting room floor right now as well. And so, yeah, you know, there's a couple of projects that I think about. There is a restoration project on Russian Ridge that we might have to delay the schedule on. So things won't be cut in full. They just get deferred and pushed out, or we reduce the scope to make room. But when this symposium was first pushed off of the action plan, it was because we just didn't think we had the time to support it, to get the people in the room that we would want to have in the room presenting.
Right.
So if, you know, and we were talking at the break about if we were able to utilize the Santa Cruz Mountain Stewardship Network to do a lot of that leadership, that would help. But and as Brian said, it doesn't alleviate all of our participation in that. So I think the science panel is kind of that's a natural one for us to replace with this effort. And that's kind of as much as I've put together right now, thinking about how to fit this in if we're directed to do that.
Okay, just a quick follow-on question. As far as, and I'll be a little bit parochial here, as far as use of this to the district versus doing a project, which you just talked about, to the district, that's where I get a little bit nervous. I understand the value of this, but at the end of the day, taxpayers are paying us to do work for the district. So that's where I'm, you know, as minor as maybe as that seems.
Yeah.
I always ask myself that question.
It's in my mind, it's different areas of impact. So our focus is very much on the land management and our stewardship of the land, because it's 70,000 acres is a lot of land to be managing, and you know, that's why we carry such a heavy load, because that feels like a large responsibility.
Right.
You know, the impact of this is more in the regional context and working with our partners arena and raising our visibility, I guess, as an agency. So it is a different focus of work. We still accomplish that work through our normal project that we're doing, and that's kind of what I was talking about earlier when I was discussing that that's a component of all the projects that we're working on. But you know, we do tend to try to focus our workload on the stewardship and the land management of the district's lands. And so, you know, that's why I think the science panel is one of those projects that's kind of that natural pull, because it doesn't impact that work as much.
Director Kishimoto.
Well, I mean, I really appreciate everyone's kind of giving some thought to this. But you know, I wanted to remind people that this is not a zero-sum game in a way, that a symposium and bringing leadership to this, or raising, you know, kind of, I see it as kind of raising our voices, right? That I think it will help us, you know, retain that public support. I mean, we don't have to go out for renewal of AA for 10, 15 years, hopefully, but that is there. And in working with our agencies, like whether it's the prescribed fire issue, I mean, it just tells people that there is another way to do it, and brings people's attention to it, and possibly even with, I mean, I don't know if it'll budge San Jose Water, for example, but you know, it kind of helps, you know, move that public image, and just kind of corrals public opinion to our side. I mean, that's kind of one big benefit of doing a symposium.
President McNiven, Director Holman has her hand up.
Director Holman. Director Holman? Are you there?
Yes, I forgot to unmute. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah, I have a comment and a question. The question about what this would take away from other projects because of staff, does that consider like the expanded staff that we're looking to add, or is that current staff?
I mean, we're, as far as resource loading, we do resource some of the staff that we know we're gonna have on. We don't really go through that exercise of resource loading staff that's coming in on a year or 2 years later. Because we're not fully loading the 2 year, 3 years out anyways. But certainly we are anticipating that, yes, that we are growing our staff and we are also growing our workload. So it's not like we'll be looking for or have extra capacity. We're growing it in response to our workload. Probably the most obvious is the wildland fuels, natural resource management in the crews, but also it's reflected in the future growth in the natural resources department, which we're actually bringing on limited term positions already to backfill the workload before those are proposed as regular positions.
Okay, thank you for that. And I think Director Kishimoto's points were well made. This is, the better we can build and the more we can build the leadership of Midpen and be the standard bearer of what the right thing is to do, quotes around right, the best thing to do about the environment. It makes our jobs and our projects, when we have things come along, it makes our lift an easier, lighter lift. If we have this education out there and if we become the standard bearer for and get the education out there more broadly. So I'm in support of this, and thank you, Director Kishimoto, for bringing it up.
Director Gleason.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, maybe this is a question to board members. Are we sort of stuck on the specific things? Right now we have this science panel item in there in FY26, and we're considering a biodiversity symposium. So it's kind of a specific proposal. And my experience has been when we ask the staff to think about these things, if we have a higher level goal that maybe is a regional leadership in biodiversity, what is the thing that we could put in there, or what are the options for what we could put in there, and how do those trade off in value and effort, right? And right now I feel like we're each making our own trade-off of these specific things that we're looking at without seeing maybe what the most creative option that could be on the table is. Just for example, like if we thought we could set up a partnership to do this, then maybe the effort goes down. Maybe it's still more than what we have in there, but it might look different to us. So I'm wondering if is there anything that we could come together on there that sort of puts a set of options on the table that ABC or even the full board can consider as some sort of substitution? Or is that still going to be a sticking point with folks on the board?
Just in response, I mean, I think part of it is your idea of working with partners, right, to do this. I mean, I don't know if that needs to be in the motion, but I mean, I think we're encouraging the staff to work with partners to put it on if that's what the board says. Is that part of what you're talking about?
I guess I'm just kind of going back to objectives rather than, but I mean, right now we have specific projects in the plan, but we're talking about changing a project, or maybe adding a project. But it seems like there's this higher level goal, right? And we have one specific proposal that's set against that. And I feel like everybody may have their own assumptions about the value and the effort and so forth. But I don't feel like I actually know that trade-off right now, right? We kind of started out saying if Midpen leads this thing and puts it together, then it's a very high resource load, right? And then we talked about, well, what if we have a partnership that'll reduce that resource load? But I can't really tell what the trade-off is. I feel like there's some discussion that should actually take place after the staff has kind of looked into what are the creative options there.
Oh, you're suggesting bringing it back to the board,
Or at least ABC, but
Mhm.
my real question is if we change the language here in some way,
Mhm.
so that it doesn't say biodiversity symposium, but it's more about this goal of regional leadership, say regional leadership and biodiversity. What would be the option that you could put on the table in place of something that we have in the plan? And could, say, ABC consider that? Sorry, maybe I'm making this too complicated.
Sure.
So can I suggest maybe a way to go forward? Let's vote on this thing. All right. And just the way it is. And because guess what? We're going to see this next year and we're going to see it in the following year. And we can always change it then if we're having a problem with it.
The amended one or the original one?
Let's vote on this
Let's vote
because
on
this
this
is
one?
basically telling staff, okay,
Well, this is hard because we do want the plan to go through.
yeah,
Do we really want to add a bias and diversity symposium?
well, that's what we're
I
voting
don't,
on.
but-
Okay.
I think,
So
I
it's
think,
hard to vote on the way it's written. Yes.
Just throw in something. It seems to me we're getting stuck in the weeds and not operating at 10,000 feet or beyond. So I can't support this the way it is.
All right, well, let's take a vote. We have a motion for this motion that's in front of us, do we? And we have a second. Yes? Roll call vote, please.
Director Gleason,
Yes.
Director Whipple,
Just so that we keep going and get on with it, I'm going to vote. I'm not crazy about it, but I'm going to vote yes.
I'll
President
vote no.
McNiven. I'm sorry,
I'll vote no.
thank you. Director Kishimoto, Director Seer,
No.
Director Holman.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 4-0.
4-2.
I am so sorry.
That's all right.
Correct.
It's late.
Motion passes.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
I am so sorry. Can I just repeat that one more time? 4-2 with Director McNiven and Seer opposing. Thank you.
Yeah. All right. Item number 2 is implementation plan for the recommendations of the Financial and Operational Sustainability Model Refresh Report. Karen.
Stefan, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. And just to let you know, there was no public comment for that.
I thought I asked you, but it was a long time ago.
Yeah, and so I just checked it just in case.
But thank you.
All right. Stefan Jaslak, CFO. Before I go into the FOSM refresh implementation component, I just put the next steps up on the calendar or on the screen. Next steps on the calendar on the screen. So May 7th, we'll have first ABC, May 21st, the second ABC. And then June 12th, the first more in-depth meeting with the board on the budget. If needed, I think it's happened once that I can recall, we would have a third ABC on June 18th. And then we're aiming for adoption by the board on June 26th with go live on July 1st. So, all right, on a different topic, FOSM refresh implementation. So the general manager's recommendation is to receive the implementation plan for recommendations of the financial operational sustainability model refresh report. So basically on the 49 recommendations that came out of the FOSM refresh. And we've already gone over the breakdown basically by fiscal year. The difference is this gives you more detail within each fiscal year, if you will. So what I've done first is after dividing it up over trimesters instead of quarters, they're trimesters because they're 4-month chunks. Kind of look to see how the load would be per business line. And so you'll see the general manager office, the planning and project delivery business line, visitor and field services business line, the finance and administrative services line, and then separately I also put human resources, and those are the recruitments, the new position recruitments, right? I broke those out separately so you can see that.
Are these, sorry, Stefan, are these people? No, I don't understand the numbers. Sorry.
Oh, I'm getting to that.
Oh.
So the numbers, the numbers are the number of implementation projects or items for that segment of the year. So you'll see general manager's office, March through June, there's one item on there.
I see. Okay.
Visitor field services, there's one, that's the IPM. For HR, basically the recruitments, maybe I should have just put recruitments, but 4 of them in the second trimester, that's November through February, and then 3 ongoing. So you can kind of see how it's balanced throughout the 3.5 fiscal years that we're using to implement this. Also to make sure it's kind of balanced over the various business lines. As a side note, of course, the recruitments, it's not just on HR to do the recruitments, it also involves the department's involvement to make sure that the announcements are up to date, that the timeline is kept, that the panels are done, et cetera. So that's more of a group effort. But I wanted to break them out separately as they're a little bit different from projects. And the other note is that this is when the effort begins, not when the effort is accomplished, because that in some cases cannot be foreseen yet. So if we go a little bit more detail, this is the implementation schedule for fiscal year 24, the one we're in right now. Of course, we don't have anything in the first column because we didn't really have the report until December, and in January you approved the positions, and then later in January you received the final report. But you can see that there's actually already a fair amount of status in progress with this fiscal year. Recruitments have all been posted or are in the interview schedule for the number 2s on the screen. And then the number 3s, some of them are already in progress and others are already scheduled. So that's kind of how we're looking to break it up within each fiscal year, so we don't just have a mad rush in July and then, overload the system. We don't want to do that. Fiscal year 25 is big enough, the effort is big enough that it fits on 2 pages. The first part fits on 1 page, and there's a fair number of recruitments involved in that. Also, of course, continuing the pursuit of a coastal field office. That's already ongoing today, if you will. But we're also looking at, it's a small print. Sorry. Improving project management practice. There's a few different recommendations for that. One of them is to first assess it, then later on you'll see looking at software and then implementing the software. So there's a multi-year and a couple different recommendations as well. We'll be looking at the blanket permits to start that effort. San Mateo County Regional Training and Development Consortium will, for example, dive into that deeper. We're already participating, but we'll see what else we can do. GIS master plan, and then also adding the volunteer program lead. So that's the schedule for fiscal year 25. the first trimester, July through October. That will start all those efforts. Then to round out the year in the wintertime, we'll do another recruitment for OST. We'll add a senior procurement technician, add an application programs manager in HR in IST, sorry. We'll start looking at reviewing the internal review authorities, look at administrative contract change order approval. We'll look at, going into the third trimester, then solidify the project scope and planning process and add salary to job descriptions. So that's kind of how we're looking to break up FY25. And it probably goes without saying, I mean, this is not completely etched in stone. If there's an opportunity to move something forward, we definitely will, of course. Then looking at FY26, again, that's also 2 pages. That's when we'll see the first or the only organizational change by introducing the Central Services Department. So first we'll add the manager in early on in that fiscal year. We'll have to rename, of course, the Land and Facilities Department because facilities will go over to Central Services. And then start recruiting also Coastal Management Plan, another Resource Management Specialist 1, 2. Further develop the in-house conceptual design capacity. Evaluate the resource loading, see if we can do better or if we're on target or what we can do with that. And then also evaluate IST job description. So that's for the first 4 months effort. Then as we go into the wintertime, we'll start adding CSD staff, central services staff, like the fleet manager and admin assistant and such. And the reason to stagger it that way is first you get the department manager on board so that they can be involved in building out the department. We'll look at options for project management tool. That's what I alluded to earlier. First, FY25, we'll evaluate, then we'll look at tools. We're also looking at centralizing resource agency regulatory permitting function. And a few more in the wintertime. That's the post-construction staff time, figuring that out in the scheduling. Evaluate some admin tasks to see what could be more centralized and take it off the plates of project managers, for example, provide more support that way. And we'll look at expanding some career ladders. And then we'll finish the year, that fiscal year, with adding another project management specialist. No, that's property management specialist, sorry. Further building out central services for facilities and contract management. Provide staff training and conduct project closeout reviews. Expand succession planning efforts. So you can see how the HR component also goes in successive order that way. And then modify the goals and objectives for the roles of the rangers. That rounds up FY26, and then we'll finish off the effort in FY27. So we're starting to slow down that way. So more coastal management plan recruitments, so supervising ranger, resource management specialist. And then also identify levels of public engagement. So that's early on in the fiscal year. And the wintertime, we'll actually purchase and train on the project management tool, establish the public access working group criteria, so that follows some of the other items. Develop the volunteer training program, look at improving project record keeping, and then finishing the year with establishing internship or apprenticeship pipeline, and then evaluate the general AO building management requirements and staff up accordingly. So that's all 49, well, plus, because the coastal management plan is one recommendation, but it's broken out into various components here. So we can spread that out over the various fiscal years. So that's basically how we had envisioned sequencing the items. Some of them are related, some of them are not, to ensure we're not overloading our system. our workforce system, or this building, the people in the building. And again, these are the start dates proposed, not the completion dates. So I'd like to see if there's questions or suggestions to modify, switch things around, or we're good the way we are.
Director Riffle.
Thank you, Stefan. And this is exactly what I was looking for when we started talking about this after the recommendation. So this is great. My a question and well, two questions. First is, Candace, this is coming your way. If I look at critical path, especially for the first half year to a year, it's HR's ability to basically hire people. And I'm just wondering,
The additional recruiter has already been posted and we're already receiving applications.
I see that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm wondering is convert half-time HR tech and half-time accounting tech to full-time. That's in second half. Should that be pulled up? Or and fine for you guys to say,
Mhm.
thanks, Kurt, we thought of that, but this is right. Add salary to job descriptions. That's in that's the end of FY 25. I mean, would that make it easier, for example, to hire? So that's why from Candace's point of view, I'm just kind of feeling her load here.
Well, the salaries are included in each advertisement. It's the job descriptions that are on the website
Oh, I see.
accessible that
Okay.
don't have the salary description
Okay.
on there yet. However, there is a table. There's a separate table that has all the salary, all the classifications with the
Right.
salaries.
Right.
So it's in two separate spots.
Right.
The recommendation for that particular thing is to combine it or to have those salaries on each.
Right.
Which is might even be more of an IT thing than HR because it's more technical.
Okay. Okay. So
You want to add some,
I
Candace?
guess, do we have the right order of things, Candace, just since your group's going to be critical path?
Candace Bassnight, HR manager. So we've already started the recruitment, as Stefan said, for the HR management analyst, and we think we have some pretty good candidates. We've already been kind of sourcing for that. I think we're pretty poised.
Okay.
To, I'm trying to get our capacity, some things that we want to see happen with compensation. I think that would help us.
Mhm.
To hire well, and so those are other things that we're working on. We also will be going to the table with FEA. When you're talking about HR's capacity, those are some things that, and we're wrapping up a district-wide compensation study. So those are things that we're but the compensation piece, we're going to look at the compensation philosophy. That will be a great help to us as we go out to market to be competitive.
Right.
So those are some things that will help us as we move forward. But in terms of capacity, I think our staff is seasoned and poised and refining, working with the departments. I think the department managers are working well with us because it is not just HR. Recruitments take everyone's capacity as well. And so I think we've done a lot of work with the department managers and we're all working together well. So I'm going to throw my card down and say, yeah, we can do this. But it's not just us, it's everyone working together. And I will again say compensation will help. So.
All right. Great. Thank you. My second question and last question is, how will you be reporting back to us on this, Stefan? And it's not necessarily, obviously I'm going to be interested in the progress we're making, but I'm going to be even more interested in the challenges you all are having in doing this, and are some things that we can do, change, whatever, to help us kind of work through this. Is this an annual thing? Is it a 6-month thing, or how are we going to do this?
In the past, I have reported back to the board on an annual basis during the December retreat, basically showing, I think we did it per business line, how many recommendations have been accomplished, how many are in progress, and how many are still to go, as well as some more detail. As you can see at the beginning of this slide, for FY24, it showed some of them already in progress. So that information will be there. If we hit certain roadblocks or we need certain assistance on a specific one, We don't want to wait all the way till December before asking for help from the board. We will do that sooner.
So no news is good news. Check back in a year.
Yeah.
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 Okay. All right.
Okay, great. May continue.
Well, I'm done. I'm done. Well,
Yeah, we are at the end. All right. I know. Yeah, yeah. So we've done our questions. Is there public comment?
We do not have any.
No
Thank you.
public comment. Great. And we are not required to vote on this. We're just receiving the implementation plan.
Right.
Great.
Yeah. So then I guess the only thing outstanding is to thank everyone that contributed to today, to the CUP, to the budget, to everything else, and especially the budget team with Rafaela and Jordan and Ellie.
Let me echo that. Great job. Thanks for sitting through it all. Yeah.
Now the heavy work starts for us.
Hannah, would you like to wrap up or you?
So I'll just echo Stefan's thanks to everybody. This is, as you know, it's a huge group effort. All the department managers are here, but the department managers are also representing their staff, who they depend on heavily to prepare the lists of various projects for consideration, the project scopes, the schedules. A lot of time happening identifying the proper timing and sequencing of these projects for the 3-year CAP, including those projects that quite didn't make it and that we were holding on for future CAPs. So as well as all the resource loading that happens in calculating time per department, per staff person who we depend on to make these projects happen. A big thank you also for the budget and analysis department, who grab all that information, which is a ton of it, and then put it together in a way that you all can understand and follow and organize it in a very coherent way. And for the public also to be able to use. They're still working on this because they're now preparing the budget book that ABC will take a look at here shortly. So the work continues. So we are going to be now moving forward with our ABC meetings coming up in the next month or so. And then also looking at the addition of the project that was identified today and seeing what we need to do in terms of the timing for that and what shifts we might have to consider and bring that to ABC, if not to the full board. So yeah, so this is thank you for your time. I know this is a huge lift and it's very dense, a lot of information, but I think we covered everything at a very good level, and we got very good input from the board.
Oh, that's great. And thank you for lunch. Thank you for lunch. It saved me. Great. This meeting is adjourned. 2:35.